Hello and welcome everybody to Paddling Pool 336. I am Pat here with Frostix, and today we have a tiny quick paddling pool, Frostix, which means we'll be doing it the whole time. We're doing the whole tournament, but it's a small one.
Yeah, you will be hearing the voices of me and the lovely Pat for the entire duration of the tournament. There is maybe a little bit of a smaller turnout this paddling pool, but that won't stop Na and Fat Luck from being the first two teams we're showcasing today. These are seed 8 and 9, respectively, here. And we're starting off with a bang. This is going to be on Clam's Brine Water for game one.
Yeah, it looks like Na has decided to go on Clams Brine Water, which this is what you should do if you have a team that you know you have some strength. Go to the maps that the other team hasn't practiced, where they don't have a plan, and I don't think most teams have a plan ready for Brine Water Clams. Uh, but we'll see if Fatluck are able to answer. And yeah, we'll see how they're able to do. We're still in the first round of a tournament, which means it's a best of 3 for Sticks, and let's get right in the game.
Of course, Brine Water is known for its really open sightlines, which will benefit some chargers like Tenchi, who is on an E-leader. Meanwhile, on the side of Fat Luck, we're seeing a pencil coming out as well. That's really good for working with the sight lines as well. And of course, on the rest of Na, you're seeing Punchy on the Zap, Nightmare on the Bucket, and Slasher on their signature Stamper. Meanwhile, on Fat Luck, Karima's on a custom blaster. We're seeing V-Shot and another Bucket. So let's get into this match.
Yeah, and right now it's a fast opening by Na. I think that Na just painted whole of mid and took a lot of control, but here comes the answer. Fatluck getting a few splats, were able to contest, but right now, because of the Eliter, they can't get into mid because of that Eliter. Tenchi very much denying any presence. Here comes Zuka to move that Eliter away and allow Fatluck to get forward. Oh.
Meanwhile, we're seeing Stamper we're seeing Slasher go for the signature dive. They're being taken out, though, by Sarah. There's 2 members down on Fat Luck, though. There are 3 members of Na within mid here. Sarah's just trying to stay within the tree pit area, at least trying to dodge the sloshes coming out from Nightmare. Now Na is taking a good amount of control on Fat Luck's basket here. Punchy is 1 power climb away from a score, and here it is. The barrier has been broken. The Slasher is moving in. The strikes are coming out. Nightmare is putting more power climbs to the basket here. We're seeing Tenchi move up as well. They're pushing the lead already to that 60-point threshold here. That's a very strong opening for their first push, Pat.
Yeah, and it's not over. Slasher keeping the basket open, dancing under the basket, and Punchy is there to maintain the presence. I mean, now thanks to that move by Slasher, the basket is going to close, but they still have a lot of control around the map. Everybody was able to respawn, and look at that shoot down again. Na is not stopping. They want to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, and they're already posted up at Fat Luck's basket. There's a cooler coming out from Punchy. There is, in terms of the clam economy, there is at least 5 within the pockets of Na, but they're holding the position very well. Slasher's moving in, jumping back immediately as soon as Karima pops the splashdown, and now the rest of Na are starting to disperse. Tenchi's going down, didn't have enough time to build the power climb, but now it's in the back pockets of Punchy. It's only Punchy and Stamper and Slasher within mid, and now we're seeing Fat Luck starting to advance here. They're in mid. They have the soda buff here. They may be looking to score, Pat.
Ooh, yeah. The fight is still going. Fatluck able to find a lot, and Pat here activating the strikes, able to move everybody. Fatluck needs a super club though if they want to get in right now. Slasher was able to clean behind enemy lines thanks to that Zapecaster. Right now it's kind of clean up time for now, who were able to deny that whole push and who are slowly getting back control right now. Tenchi with the Elite able to push things away, and Fatluck forced out of mid right now.
Yeah, I think they did have the right idea, at least going in once the momentum shifted in their favor, but they didn't have the clams in their back pocket for a score. Meanwhile, look at Na, they've got 2 power clams in their back pocket. Nightmare has gone down, that's no strikes, but at least they have Slasher's Zipcast ready to go. This could provide some good utility here, but I think, oh, it's a wipeout! I'm tipping up my words, and a second power clam has hit the basket for Na!
Incredible team fight by Na right there, reopening the basket, getting more and more points. They only need 1 more clam right now. Here it comes. That's going to be game number 1 for Na. 100-0. I mean, that was control of the map, and I mean, that's the power of an Elite on this map.
I mean, this was Na's pick here, and they specific. As soon as I saw Tenchi with that E leader, I already knew that they definitely had something going for this map in particular here. Brinewater,
Yeah.
I think, demands for really specialized picks in terms of weapons, maybe also in terms of strategy. You see how aggressive and how willing Slasher
Yeah.
was to go into Fat Luck's spawn here. That's something that you could do with those aggressive weapons on the side of Na.
Yeah, and I mean, Fatluck were able to push at some point, but they didn't have the clams, and now was able to simply flank them, pincer them all around, and deny them any presence around their basket, and then around mid, because that's, I mean, again, an eliter on this map forces you to play so differently. You can't stay in mid, especially on clam blitz where you don't have the enough cover with that block in the middle to really stay there. Now using it beautifully, getting game number one. Now Frostix, we're going to go on to game number two. That's on Museum, this time for Rainmaker.
So this map is Fat Luck's pick here, and I'm a little unsure if Na would want to keep Tenchi on the E leader. I think I've seen use cases for leader on a map like specifically like Museum. It does have at least some sightlines that the leader can work with, but of course having just maybe a more traditional backline like the pencil or maybe the headed, but at the same time Tenchi does play a lot more charges if I remember correctly here. But this is also going to be shifting I guess mode momentum, going from Clan Blitz to Rainmaker.
Yeah. I mean, Rainmaker, especially Rainmaker on this map, we know that the checkpoint almost doesn't exist. I mean, you can jump from mid to the checkpoint and get it instantly. It's very much about how much you can get once you're past that checkpoint, once you're past that spinner. And right now, we've seen Fatluck struggle to really get forward beyond mid. And Punchy is bringing Dapples. The red Dapples are being brought.
So we did see Punchy go for a frontline cooler option last game with Zap here, but I think right now Na is trying to double down on object damage right now. They've got the leader, they are running Object Shredder, and they're also running that Dapple, of course, really good object damage once it's in turret mode. Look at Slasher, they went for the fast opening, and they already get really good benefit out of that, getting rid of the shot Sarah. And already, the bubble's taking a lot of damage from Na. It has been popped, but the shot is down on Na. There's two down on both teams now. It's only Tenchi left in mid, and XF is going to be the one picking up the Rainmaker here, potentially making it on the first checkpoint unless this Zuka gets its value here. They're taking a lot of damage from every single side, and they go down!
Oh, that was pretty close. That could have been the checkpoint, but right now, not able to retake control of their platform, retake control of the map right now. Slasher trying to create space around mid is going to be forced to jump away, but Fatluck right there. We're so close to that checkpoint, and right now there are two players down, and now he's simply waiting for Rainmaker to go back into the middle of the map so they can repop. And now it's going to be their turn to move forward.
Yeah, it is in the hands of Punchy at the moment, but here comes Azuka from Fat Luck. Already Slasher is going down, Kareem is being forced to drop down in mid where Nightmare is waiting. Nightmare is going down, however, there's two down on Na. Kareem is moving in, the splashdown comes out, Slasher goes down, they're backing Punchy into a corner, and the Rainmaker gets dropped in a really unfortunate spot, not just for Na, but I think also for Fat Luck.
Ooh, what a move. Nightmare, I think, just got a triple, and right now he's back on the attack with two players already threatening the platform. But oh wait, the flank by the pencil was able to shut down the Rainmaker. That's going to slow down the next push. Now needs to get the repop. And now it's Punchy grabbing the Rainmaker, going in, and finally, after 2 minutes of game, we finally get a checkpoint.
Here comes that part that you were talking about, Pat. How will Na break past the spinner, especially with the strikes immediately coming out from the bucket? Sarah is going to pop a Zuka, immediately getting a pick onto Slasher. One shot left in the chamber, does not claim any targets. Punchy does go down, but they go down in a trade here. It is equalizing the numbers down for Na, who are still holding mid with an iron grip.
Yeah, it's... I mean, we're just 2 points difference between these two teams right there. That is so close, and now we're back to the battle for mid. Both teams raging on 2 down onto now. This could be an opportunity for Fat Luck to re-grab the Rainmaker, but they were a bit too eager to get in. The Eater was able to punish the Rainmaker, and now everybody from now is respawning and fighting for the repop. The fight is still going around that Rainmaker, but I mean, there's always someone from that to punish. Oh wait, XF able to get the checkpoint. We're now 1 point away. One regrab would give the lead to Fat Luck. Fat Luck going in, getting to 37.
That was a really good on Fat Luck, just holding through the storm, ensuring that they had that numbers advantage going for them. And now, speaking of numbers advantage, it's 3 down on Na. It's only Tenchi left with the rest of Na respawning here. Karima now picks up the Rainmaker here. They're going to have to make it all the way back up to Spinner. Meanwhile, Pat and Sarah need to at least hold their ground, especially now that Na is taking a lot of high ground position. And it's on the high ground is Tenchi able to snipe down Karima over here. Now, this is Na's chance to get back in the game here.
Yeah, right now it is. I mean, Fat Luck just got a huge push that allowed them to get the lead. There's almost just a minute left in the game, and now needs to push in, but Fat Luck just got themselves kind of cornered right there, and losing a few too many players. Can now use that to go forward. Well, now lost players as well, and right now they're struggling simply to stay on the map, Frostix.
Yeah, they just keep going down in trades and team fights within mid here. Sarah is now firing off with the Zuka. They are able to get rid of Punchy here. They're trying to chase down Slasher alongside, I think, Karima as well here. They're backing Slasher into a corner. Slasher's being forced to jump back. Nightmare and Punchy are on the scene. Nightmare's popping the Zuka here, but Sarah does not care. They go up, but they go down in a trade. There's under 30 seconds left here, and Na still can't break out of mid.
It's still, I mean, Fat Luck very much in control of mid with a lot of paint. We're entering the 15 last seconds, and that needs to start something, needs to get paint, needs to get momentum. XF grabbing the Rainmaker, trying to run away with it, but Zipcaster is looking to go in. Now that's a well-placed Rainmaker. Can Fat Luck deny the pop? They lost 2 players, Punchy and Elite going in. Oh wait, could this be a comeback? Oh.
I don't think it is, Pat. I think they managed to get the Rainmaker down right before they could get the lead that XF set earlier on in the match here, and even if they've deployed, I think, all their object-shredding weapons here, it cannot stop the sheer firepower that Fat Luck brought to the table, which means we're going to a Game 3 just within the first set.
Yeah, it's already time to get to the Game 3. This game is not chosen by the teams, it's chosen by the TOs. We're going to go to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy.
Okay, interesting pick from us over here. I think what I did want to point out, like, I think you definitely said within the last couple seconds, it was really solid on Fat Luck to put the Rainmaker behind their own Spinner here. It was just a really good play here, but then they did send in Slasher with the Zipcaster. It was able to bring the Rainmaker, and see who they brought in order to pop it. They brought Punchy and they brought Tenchi. Tenchi was running Object Shredder, and Punchy is a Dapple Dualies. They were able to get that bubble popped right before overtime started, and it did give them some time, but the road ahead was just filled with enemy ink and, more importantly, enemy players. So at that point, things were just bleak.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of panic on the side of Fat Luck the moment they noticed that Zipcaster. They were like, uh-oh, we need to adapt things. And then they lost 2 players for the Rainmaker Repop. They had to let Na re-grab it and then fight on their platform. That is incredibly tense. But they managed to pull through, which means we get to the Game 3. We get to the Inkblot. More of a game of positions where Rainmaker was all about going in. Now it's about taking control of the opponent's platform, taking control of the opponent's bats, going in as far as you can.
considering what Na's been bringing to the table over these past 2 games, you can definitely be sure that, well, Slasher is going to be within bats. Maybe someone like Nightmare can be there as well. Maybe even Punchy. You know, how you saw just how eager Punchy was to also get into the fray, no matter if they were on Zap or especially in the last game on Dualies. Meanwhile, on the end of Fat Luck, I also feel like their comp so far has been working. I think especially now on tower control, Karima's Blaster is could be what could work for them. And now we're seeing another switch up. Slasher is going on to Sticker Stamper for this last game.
Yeah, Sticker Stamper. That's a Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb can shut down the tower, and that's what you want to do quite often. So, good move right there. And here comes the first fight. Teams are trading players right now. Nobody's really getting control yet, and we'll see who is able to do so. As Fat Luck, losing 3 players, it's going to be now pushing in, going on to the first checkpoint for Sticks.
My prediction is already confirmed. Slasher is already within Fat Luck's bats, but they immediately go down to a joint effort from Sarah and XF. Nightmare is within court here, and that's really good for the bucket to be up there, but Nightmare's going down. Slasher is already back into the fray with a Booyah Bomb. They're already looking to get back into bats as Na is moving to the second checkpoint here. That's a pretty strong start within the first minute of the game.
Sarah, with that position, really stopped the push, saved the game, but there's still players behind them. Now, not worried, they keep going in. They were able to simply keep themselves behind everybody, and they got the tower back to the second checkpoint. But still, I mean, Sarah is guarding that spot, and that spot really decides whether you can get through the second checkpoint or not.
Oh yeah, having that shot guard bats is definitely key to ensure that someone like Slasher or Punchy won't be able to cause havoc. And already Sarah's working even double overtime here. They're already storming Tree, and with the help of the rest of their team, they're able to dispatch a Slasher. But now there's 2 down. Karima's popping the splash down. They are able to trade out with Punchy here. The tower is still in mid, and I don't think anyone from Fat Luck is there to stop another push from Pat.
Yeah, that was a delayed wipe on Fat Luck because Punchy got a triple before dying to the splashdown. And now Na has control of all of mid and has a lot of specials ready thanks to that paint. And now they're simply waiting for the right opportunity to push the tower in. But Fat Luck is there to defend. Fat Luck was able to respawn. And they're still here to get the defense.
Definitely. Now, with 2 members down on Fat Luck, I think Na can start pushing advantages even more. The strikes are going onto bats. Slasher is already moving up, accompanied by Nightmare. Pat is on bats on the side of Fat Luck here. They're able to dispatch of Nightmare here. That's a really good spot for the Slasher to play in. And now it's only Tenchi and Slasher left on the field for now. But that's not stopping Slasher from fighting in bats, and that's not stopping from Tenchi from staying on tower.
Na wants to push. They know that tower control is a game of momentum, and the longer you stay on the tower, the more momentum you get right now. Fat Luck finally able to punish things, finally able to bring the tower back into mid, but I mean, there's been a lot of yellow paint, there's been a lot of yellow momentum, and there's 2 players down. Make that 3 players down again. It's only the Blaster left to defend, but Blaster has their work cut out for them, and they are sent back to spawn. Now, again pushing, but Fat Luck still able to respawn in time to stop them, to stay alive.
Now, while it does seem that Na isn't necessarily pushing it anywhere further from that 55-point mark, Pat, you did say that tower control is a game of momentum here, and Na was making really good work of ensuring that the tower was within Fat Luck's end of the map. But now that we're seeing Fat Luck starting to mobilize here, Slasher's already going down here, we're seeing Pat going down on the side of Fat Luck here, but now Fat Luck is already past that first checkpoint here. Slasher's going down here. The splashdown's coming out from Karima. They go down, though, to Punchy here. Punchy striking. They are able to get rid of XF as well here, and they're on tower here, slowing down the momentum even further. Saber's going down. I think Karima just took a dip in the water here, and that's the end of Fat Luck's push.
1 point! 1 point is what separates these 2 teams. Frostix, this is so close all of a sudden, but now he's back on the attack with Slasher activating the Booyah Bomb. forcing all of Fatluck to defend however they can. 2 down on Fatluck again. Now has been relentless in their attacks, so aggressive, getting every fight, but what a Zuka right there. That's going to allow Fatluck to breathe a little bit. They're still in this fight, they're still in this game. The tower still on the same side, but Fatluck is regaining control of their platform.
Now there's 20 seconds left in the match for Na, or not for Fatluck to take it back. Like you said, Pat, there's a single point differentiating these two teams from a lead here. We're entering the 10-second mark. This has to work now in overtime for Fatluck, but now we're seeing Na immediately trying to retaliate in mid. A Booyah Bomb is being charged from Slasher. Is this GG, Pat? Overtime has begun here, but now in a race to claim tower, I think Tenchi managed to get it before the shot, if I'm pretty sure, which means with a single point margin, Na is the winner of the set. They will be moving forward in winner's bracket, and they also have their work cut out for them. They may be going up against seed 1, and they're knocking down Fatluck to losers.
Yeah, I mean, that was close. We went to a game 3. There was only one single point separating these two teams. It was as close as it gets. But one team has to win, and are now able to simply get a bit more momentum, a bit more points. And I mean, the game that they won on Clan Blitz on Brinewater was very much them taking control, but then we saw Fatluck get better, adapt, and find to match the skill that that was displaying. So I hope we get to see more of them in the future, but for now we're going to move forward with the upper bracket right after this short break.
Welcome back, one and all, to Paddling Pool 336. For those just joining stream, I'm Frostix, joined by Pat. You're hearing from us all stream because this one may be a short one. We're now in Winners Bracket Round 2, featuring Franz and Trayson Academy.
Yeah, this is, a bunch of players that have been playing a lot of Dapple tournaments. Honestly, like this week, we had the regulars, almost only the regulars coming to play. And we love to see them. We love to see these players come, fight, practice, get better, and improve. We're going to start with Museum d'Alfonsino, a map that we saw in round 1, but this time we're seeing it in Splat Zones, Frostix.
Museum zones. This is maybe one of the more underpicked museum modes. You normally see museum on the like we saw last set. You'd see museum on Raymaker or on Clam Blitz here, but here on zones we may be seeing a different story unfold. This map was Trayson Academy's pick, so we'll just have to see what both of these teams bring into it. We have no more time left to analyze.
Yes, it is time to play, and right now we see a lot of mid-lane of mid-range weapons on the side of France. Right there, a Nautilus, a Pro, and an S-Blast. I think their shortest range is the Nautilus, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, honestly, like, I always love to see Nautilus. I have a Nautilus on my team, and just seeing it in action, especially like the vanilla Nautilus kit, is going to be pretty exhilarating. Already we're seeing Trayson Academy jump onto Franz's spinner. The Soda's coming out from the pencil here. We're seeing like 3 members on the spinner. There's 2 members down on Franz. Ali's trying to keep everything afloat, but with the missiles and the chip damage coming out from Trayson Academy here, already they are pushing past the 60 threshold into the 50s. They're practically halfway through their points within the first minute of the match.
Yeah, Trayson Academy very aggro, pushing forward, getting a lot of splats, and we're past the 40 points mark, and France is still trying to respawn, fighting on their own platform to take control, and they're losing players still. Ali able to drop onto the map with the Pro, and that's 3 down onto Trayson, 18 points left. But France is finally able to get some control to retake the zone.
Old play with the Pro dropping and then with everyone else dropping in the wake, but they managed to get enough paid on the zone to flip it. 63 penalty points going to Trayson Academy already. Bomb's trying to isolate the fight here, but they get one shot by Zeke Stamper, and Zeke is still moving in. They're hungry for blood here. The missiles come out as well. That jump isn't safe, Bomb. You're going down. Zeke's diving even further here. They are able to get rid of Ash again and jumping right back into the safe graces of Trayson Academy's backline as the zone is flipped in purple.
Yeah. And Trayson Academy not wasting a second to move forward, to move in, and they keep going for every fight. They keep getting more and more, and right now, Trayson Academy are simply chipping away at their penalty, waiting for another mistake from France. France activating the Tacticular so far away from the zone. They know they want to get back on it. Nom Nom with the rain will be able to get on the zone with that Nautilus, but can they cap the zone? It looks like they can right there. That's a very, very nice retake by France. This time, not letting Trayson get comfortable.
Yeah, it seemed like they didn't respond fast enough to Nom Nom dropping here. I think that Nautilus being the herald of the flip really allowed France to stay in the game. They're now out of their penalty points. They're managing to get rid of Zeke before they can drop. Tamacross has dropped as well here. You don't want them to charge their missiles. The Pro is down here. The Gal is down. It's only the pencil left on Trayson. The pencil's going down. Zeke is back in the fold, but Franz is now occupying Trayson's spinner like what Franz was doing to them, and they're deadly close to taking this lead back here. They're almost out of the 20s here. They're going to be in the 10s here, and there's the lead swap, Pat.
Huge comeback by France, but it's not over. Frostic Trayson is there to paint the zone. That fight for the zone could decide the whole game right there. France holding it, pushing Trayson away. Penalty was not applied, and France right now simply holding the line and not letting Trayson Academy get back onto the zone. Beautiful hold, beautiful game by France.
That was just textbook, man. They managed to weather the storm here, endure so much battering from Trayson Academy during that first half of the game. Like I said earlier, they managed to whittle away half of their points within the first minute here, but then they started finding their footing here, starting to take their fights a little bit more carefully, ensuring that at least there was always someone to at least work with them in case they go down here. I think I saw a lot of synergy with the Nautilus and the Pro on that, and they're able to just fight at the mid-range here, outranging weapons like Zeke's Stamper or Mr. CB's Gal, and they were able to take the fight to them basically near the end of the match and then get the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much a war of positions, of teams being able to reset themselves on the zone. At the start of the game, we had Trayson Academy taking full control of the map. At the end of the game, it was France's turn to really be there and be in charge. Now, Frostix, we are going on to tower control, this time on Hagglefish Market.
Yes, this is the map of many names. Final Destination, the Great Icebreaker, the Grand Equalizer, the straightest map that isn't Hammerhead Bridge, and it's going to be on tower control. So obviously, it's another game of, I think, positioning in this instance, especially if you are defending. You want to be claiming a lot of good power positions for yourself and for your team, like the left side drop as well as the tent here, at least controlling spots that the enemy can't take advantage of any more within their push. So we have no more time left to analyze already. I think maybe these teams are going to be running the same comp considering how fast they readied up.
Wait, that's the charger.
Okay,
that's
so
the new charger. Oh.
Yes, Ashigan's going to be running the camo charger, so Franz is now not coolerless now that Ali is on NZAP, and Trayson Academy is now running Zimmy, so that's going to be some bubble action on tower.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that bubbler can allow you to get a checkpoint that you wouldn't get otherwise. Right now, he's 3 down onto France. Another huge opening by Trayson Academy. Can they get the momentum? They're already reaching that first checkpoint. As the Zipcaster is being deployed, that Zip is facing everybody, but it doesn't matter. Trayson Academy are able to be on that checkpoint, but they're forced out. 4 seconds left. The tower stays orange. France is dodging a break of a checkpoint.
They don't break that just yet here, and now Trayson is 2 members down here. Franz is starting to show up in mid. Nom Nom is already taking the fight. They do pick up the soda. There is at least 1 member down on both sides here, and I think it's just right now a really, really big mid-off. We're seeing Nom Nom dip into the side lanes. They are able to trade out Tomacross over here. Meanwhile, Zeke in an isolated fight against Ash again now here. And I think both teams are just trying to maybe get a good opening or a good opportunity, whether or not that's a pick onto Bomb here. This now may be Trayson's opportunity to strike twice.
Yeah, and right now, France getting the numbers advantage, cleaning up to the side. It's their turn to push forward. It's their turn to get to the checkpoint. Zeke is going to be stopped as well. Huge opportunity for France, who are keeping the momentum on, like 2 down onto Trayson Academy. Make that 3. Zeke is forced to wait. That's a checkpoint for France, who are now pushing in, and with a crab tank on the tower, that's a huge way to get onto the second checkpoint for Sticks.
That, and also they secured a pick onto Zeke, so that's a really solid threat removed for the meantime here. No specials online for Franz right now. Already Ali's going down. Ashigan is trying to stick on that tower. There's 3 members down on Trayson here. Bomb and Nom Nom have now jumped onto the tower. There's basically the entire team riding that tower all the way to the end. So in a maybe similar in a similar vein to last game, Pat, we're seeing Franz turn things around and then get a knockout against Trayson Academy. So they're moving forward into winners bracket semis here. No need to head to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Trayson Academy, good openers, good openings, able to take control early, but once France is in control, they really use that control so well. They make the points, they get in, and that was a huge KO right there to get the victory. Congratulations to them. They're going to move forward.
They are in winners bracket semis now. There is no quarter semis here simply because of how short this tournament is. But they were also just playing things really well, especially once they broke past that first checkpoint here. As soon as they started getting closer to Trayson Academy spawn, boom, they popped the crab tank, boom, they start charging out the Booyah Bomb to flush enemies out of those ideal power positions here. And of course, they established Tower as a power position of its own here, and they established themselves as a force to be reckoned with. And you just don't want to get close to them, even if you kind of had to within those last couple ticks of the match.
Yeah, that's a great control. Now, France will get to fight a Lego Swoop Mario Kart World in the semifinals. Who got an upset
Oh,
against Blanks. But we will not be watching that. We'll be watching the other semis. We're still waiting for teams to be confirmed for the other semis. But we're gonna take a break and we'll be right back. And we are back with Paddling Pool 336. We are now in the upper bracket semifinals. It's going to be Howdy going against Paris Saint-Glufus for all eyes, and we'll be starting on Hammerhead Bridge for Splat Zones.
You know, I keep mentioning Hammerhead Bridge whenever, Hagglefish comes up. I call it the straightest map that isn't Hammerhead Bridge. Lo and behold, the straightest map. There it is. Not Hagglefish, but Hammerhead Zones. This is Howdy's pick first timer to open this best of 5 sets here. Maybe they're taking a page out of Na's book, going for an unorthodox pick for game 1. They did face them in the last set, so we'll just have to see what they have in the upcoming set. All members in the lobby have readied up here. We have no more time left to analyze, Pat. Let's go into it.
Yeah, I'd say Hammerhead Bridge, it's not that it's straight, it's mostly that it's long. It's a very, very long map, and respawning can take a lot of time if you don't have a good backline to provide a super jump spot. And I noticed one of the teams doesn't have a backline, the other team has a Zekofin charger. I love to see more Splat chargers today. What?
It appears that the gal on Howdy is disconnected here. That's one way to open the match, and they're not. They're not. Huh? They're not ending the match. Oh, now they are.
Alright, took some time for some reaction time to remember. Oh, guys, how do we reset the game again? What buttons do you have to press? All of them. You have to press all the buttons. That's it.
But I did notice that, you did say earlier that Howdy was running the Z and F charger here. The names are still a little bit mixed up with the Sendu, but I would not be surprised if that Zekofin is in the hands of Devin. Devin's a charger player. It kind of would make sense here. Meanwhile, on the end of Paris Saint-Glufus, they were running if I remember correctly, they were running Junior, Bucket, Gal, and Headit.
Yeah. Yeah, and having the heavy edit on this map against the charger is going to be rough for Paris Saint-Glufus. Like, they're going to need to have something to move the charger around whenever they want a Splatling to be in position, because range advantage on this map means a lot. It means very much a lot. We'll see how Paris Saint-Glufus is able to fight Howdy on here as soon as Howdy is able to get back. Okay, we have 8 players in the room, and we're back to weapon select.
We are back to weapon select. It's only Silver left to ready up, and there's that last check mark that we need to get right back into the action here. We saw the comps earlier here. It's now time to see the action unfold. Hammerhead Bridge, Splat Zones here. We're still seeing. I think the other weapons on Howdy's end that we failed, that we didn't mention earlier, was N-Zap, Stamper, and another gal.
Yeah, and we'll see how things go right there. Howdy very much a game of positions with the gal and the Stamper. They know they have a bit more range, so if they're able to hold the ground right now, they should win. But right now it's 2 versus 2. Frostix teams are still fighting for that zone, and with Paris Saint-Glufus able to get some momentum.
Yeah, they are able to get that first cap here, but here come the strikes from the Zekofin here. 2 members down on Paris Saint-Glufus, and now Howdy is starting to move in. Is that the Charger moving in? That's a very bold claim to make here, but at least they have the Gal as well as Silver here, at least to hold the line.
I mean, that Charger was close to deploying the wall, to being able to go in right now. The flank by the Junior is not enough. The Bubbler is not going to help, and the Howdy are pushing in. They're now past that first ramp and trying to go in. Silver activating the zip, getting a splat thanks to that zipcaster. Paris Saint-Glufus fighting in their own spawn right there and losing the fight.
Yeah, they're basically taking pages out of Na's book here, and they were playing them last set. I think they learned something from them, and they're just constantly eager to throw the hands here. Evil Crowny's gonna pop the soda here. They're trying to back things up here, but now they're in the single digits here. Paris Saint-Glufus needs to cap this fast, because if they don't, Howdy is going to get the knockout. As you see here, they just did not allow Paris St. to move any further from their spawn until the last couple of ticks, Pat.
Yeah, that's a very, very powerful game won by our seed number 1 Howdy, reminding us how good they are, how dangerous they can be. Every paddling pool we see them absolutely shred. And Paris Saint-Luphus, a good team, but right now they need to step up if they want to match the firepower of Howdy. But Frostic, it's now best of 5. There's time for Paris Saint-Luphus to adapt.
Yeah, they've got at least, well, if worst case scenario, 2 more games to keep themselves afloat here. But looking at this extended map schedule, we're seeing some really interesting things coming out. We're seeing for the next map is going to be tower control on Museum here. I think we've almost practically seen. Actually, I was gonna say we have practically seen almost all 4 modes
Yeah.
on Museum. All we just need is a Clam Blitz match here. Game 3 is going to be on Clam Blitz on Crab Leg. Game 4 is actually what I'm really interested in. They brought out Rainmaker Flounder Heights for Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see it. We'll see when we get there, Rustics. We'll see when we get there. For now, it's about the tower control. As you said, we've seen this map. We've seen how much
Rainmaker.
control of mid can decide a lot, and how much like getting on the platform usually will decide momentum if a team is able to hold things longer. And especially in tower control, you want to get to the platform.
Definitely so here. Both of these teams were basically running I think more so Howdy has a lot more range to work around here. They were running Stamper, they were running the Zekofin, and there is that here. I think both these teams have have players that can make good work of the range, but also have players that would probably have a little bit more shorter range. I think that's Anil on that's Anil on Howdy with the end zap. I think I also saw a squeezer coming out from Howdy that we're seeing here. Meanwhile, I think Paris St. is still running their zone comp here. So let's see what we're gonna see.
Yeah, I mean, a squeezer right there. We haven't seen squeezer in a while. I feel like it's been out of the loop for quite some time, but right now, I mean, it's still a strong weapon, it's still a strong slayer. Howdy is taking control, forcing the bubbler by Paris St. but that bubbler is only delaying the push right now. Howdy already at the first checkpoint and cleaning left and right, getting all the splats. Now they're getting to the second checkpoint and the platform.
Oh, actually, we're seeing, I think, a pretty drastic change on Howdy here. We saw Silver go to the Sticker Stamper. Devin is now on the Camo Charger. We saw them bring out the Crab in order to almost barely break that first checkpoint here, but now I think the Charger's jumping back into the base, and now we're seeing Paris St. controlling mid pretty heavily right now. The end zap has gone down. There's no bucket though here. Also, no Junior here, and Silver is making quick work before Glash can get rid of the Stamper here. Now Paris St. with the strikes and the Whale coming out here. They are eyeing that first checkpoint with means to break it.
And right now, the clock is ticking. Paris St. getting to the checkpoint. I mean, getting past the checkpoint, but here comes the answer by Howdy, who are taking control of the tower. Oh, wait! It's a wipeout! Control by Paris St. They're gonna get to the checkpoint. They're gonna get the lead off of that.
Only the Charger right now on the field, but the rest of Howdy is now respawning and responding by at least getting rid of the Junior first, but the lead has been lost. The second checkpoint has been broken by Paris St. There's 2 members down, though. It's only the Bucket and the Headed already backing out here. The Bucket has gone down, and Howdy immediately swooping the tower back in their hands. They need to at least control a lot more of mid. Silver's already charging the Booyah Bomb, sending it deep into Paris St. platform already. One Bucket down, 3 members down. It's only the Junior left here, and Anil is out for blood here. They're accompanied by the Junior, and Silver and Devin are just trying to at least keep the tower at least within their stakes here. They're approaching that second checkpoint. Here comes the Crab.
the crab tank to stay on the tower just a bit longer, but it's not enough. It's another wipeout by Paris and Glyphus. We're halfway through the game, and Hardy just failed once more to break that second checkpoint. Paris and Glyphus holding the lead and getting back control of mid. And look at that, mid is already painted their color. They know what they need to do. They know that all they need is to maintain presence, make sure that Hardy cannot get that momentum. And right now, Hardy is forced back in their platform with 2 players down. It looks like Paris and Glyphus are pushing in further.
Do suffer 2 members down here. The Headed is now rallying the rest of Paris and Glyphus down already. Devin's gonna get a snipe onto, I think, 2 members of Paris and Glyphus. That's a third onto your drag cube now. It's only the Gal left here, and now the rest of Howdy are scrambling to at least take control back of mid. We're seeing Glash sharking in mid. Do they realize the Gal is there? Yes, they do. They sniff them out here. No, before Glash gets 3 members of Howdy. They see the 4th. Do they go for the pick? No. Yes, they do! That's 4 picks for the Gal here. And that's just going to be another stopper on Howdy's momentum, Pat.
I mean, Paris and Glyphus right now having the poppers that they need to win the game to keep their control. But Howdy are not done yet. The tower is still moving. Glash is on the hand. Glash is surrounded though. That's sent back into spawn. And it's only the junior left for Paris and Glyphus right there. Can they hold? Can they delay? Right now our teams are still fighting. We're in the last minute and Howdy are finally back in control of the tower.
In terms of specials now, Devin has the crab ready to go here. They're likely going to pop it once on the checkpoint. Yes, there is. The crab has come out. The Gal has gone down. Same thing with the bucket here. No strikes, no whale for Paris and Glyphus in the moment. The soda has come out from a nil here. The squeezer has gone down and the lead has been taken by Howdy. There's now 30 seconds left here. Paris and Glyphus has a very long hill to climb here, but the lead is definitely attainable and they're storming mid here. The rest of Howdy is now having to relocate, regroup back on their spinner here, and Paris and Glyphus is now starting to get the ball rolling. Break this last couple bit of the match down for us, Pat.
Paris and Glyphus forced to get another push, another way in, and they are pushing in. Beautiful moves right there by the junior, taking control over the platform. Paris and Glyphus has the paint that they need, has the presence that they need. They have a position they need to hold as the tower is getting back forward. Can they get the lead? They're just a few points away, but no, Howdy gets back on top in the nick of time.
Didn't realize that the zap was there. I'm not sure if Paris and Glyphus did, and as Anil just managed to sneak by, at least to clear one final pick and jump on the tower to negate overtime, which now puts Howdy at match point after a very decisive game here on a Museum Tower.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, there it is. There's Glash's quad. There's Glash's quad.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
And that wasn't enough. Paris and Glyphus popped off, got so much momentum, so much control, so many splats, and Howdy just stayed on top by a hair, managed to win it. And it's very much that awareness of the objective, that knowing exactly what needs to be done, that separates these top teams from the great teams. I mean, Paris and Glyphus right there were able to do so much, but in the end were not able to get the victory.
Yeah, it looked like within overtime, I think they already expended a lot of their specials to break them out of mid here, but I think that just didn't get them enough resources to stay on tower within overtime. That just allowed those sneaky shooters on Howdy to just break in, get them off a tower, and then just close out the game right then and there. So now going on to a potential match point for Howdy, they just need to win crab leg clams if they want to move to winners bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 for Howdy. It's Paris and Glyphus, we've seen how good they can play. We know they can match the fight by Howdy. Now the question is, can they do the full 5 minutes? Can they maintain their lead? Can they maintain their momentum? Going into Clam Blitz, we'll see if they're able to do that. And that's quite the unique map for Clan Blitz right there. As yeah, we'll see how things are going, and it's Crowdy moving on to the Editor this time. So Howdy, pretty confident, I guess.
That's not Crowny, that's Evil Crowny, who's actually a nil in disguise, and they're on leader, even when Devin's on the same team here, so a little bit of a, maybe of a mishap, not a mishap, but like confusion on our end, but what we know for sure is that Parasynclifus is 2 members down, already a power climb is being built, we're seeing Silver charge up the Booyah Bomb, that Paintbrush is eyeing an entry here with that Curling Bomb here, they're already up and ready to go, but now the Paintbrush, the Stamper, and the Squeezer are all down, it's only the leader left, and they're forced to go down as well. No scores just yet.
Yep, no scores, but it's PSG with a lot of paint around the map. Dragib going in, getting a beautiful splat right now. Full control, and the basket is open by PSG. But they need more clams. They forgot to bring more clams. It was only the super clam. Right now, they won't be able to make much more points. Howdy. Getting off a bit easy, honestly. They managed to only get a little bit of points put onto them, and now they get the map back.
Already getting a really fast hold of mid. They are able to get rid of the Paintbrush. That's a very solid start here. But we're seeing at least 2 power climbs being built. Silver as well as the Squeezer have gone down. Nothing volatile happening just yet. PSG is managing to just constantly check Howdy whenever they try to advance here. And now, look, they're already right back into mid. Magno almost has a power climb ready to go here. A screen is going to be coming out from that Ashen Try on Parasynclifus. And I think we're seeing another power clam hitting the basket here. Here's the follow-up, and now they're breaking past 60, moving into the 50s, potentially even the 40s.
This time PSG has the clams to follow through to keep their presence, and Dragib is still under the basket, still maintaining presence. Is going to simply get back. The rest of the team will respawn right there. Huge push by PSG, who are cementing their lead in this game. Howdy has yet to get an actual push.
Nothing going for them at the moment, and especially considering Parasynclifus has another power clam ready to go here, and the Squeezer is just outnumbered. They are able to get rid of Dragib, but now Magno has 2 power clams in their back pocket here. They're just eyeing the perfect opportunity. Here comes the screen once more. 1 power clam hitting the basket, and then the second power clam has hit the basket for Parasynclifus. They are almost ready to knock things out. Do they have more clams though, Pat? I don't think so.
No, that's going to be the end of that push, but Howdy is bleeding right now. They're bleeding to death as PSG is getting forward and keeping the pressure on. Look at that, they have control of the map, they have more clams, and they're looking to get another push. I mean, Howdy, we're not used to seeing them defend like that.
Look, Parasynclifus has 2 more power clams ready to go here. Already Magno's trying to move in. They have the screen ready to go here. They airball the first power clam. They won't be able to get that in. That power clam is fading fast here. But now they just build another power clam. 1 power clam hitting the basket. A second power clam has hit the basket 1 more time. They just need a couple more clams. And there it is from Magno getting the knockout.
And they missed a power clam. They still managed to get the KO despite wasting a power clam. That's how dominant PSG was on this map. I mean, that was full control by them, which means, Frostix, you get your wish of Flounder.
We get to see Flounder Heights in the big 2025. But I do definitely want to echo what you were saying over there, Pat. Parasynclifus had just so much control over mid here, and they had so much volatile pushes, constant double power clam pushes hitting the basket constantly. And even when they airball the first clam, since they had so much control in mid, they could just say, okay, you know what? Fetch more clams. We're getting a third one ready to go. And that's how they closed out the game here with another double power clam push, and with Magnolia with the final clams to end things off here. Howdy still managed to at least respond with a wipeout of their own like we see in the replay here, but I think PSG was just a lot more explosive this game. I definitely want to see a lot more of that in Flounder Heights Rainmaker.
it's usually hard to push on this map, but PSG made it look easy, made it look like, yeah, we're pushing over and over, and they really were comfortable and happy to be on this map and to push on there. But now, as you said, Flounder Heights for Rainmaker, it's a different map, it's a different way to play completely from anything else in the game. I love to see it. And it's been chosen by PSG, so this could be the way for them to build some momentum to keep winning.
Be interesting here. I think one thing about Flounder Heights already is just the flank routes that you can get away with here. If I think I'd assume PSG to be like shifting things more towards going back to, I think, probably like their shooters here. They did, I think the Gal on PSG switched to Ashen Try, and of course Screen is already just a really intimidating special when it's used in a push. But having it back, I think having Glash go back on Gal would maybe be good to go back on to Flounder. What I'm honestly thinking is of like, I think because of how, I guess, more aggressive we've seen Howdy be, I'm really intrigued on how they'll work with Flounder in this instance here. Will we see Silver going for the flanks? Will we be seeing Anil go for the flanks, or is it Kiki? Maybe Devin's gonna be on, maybe Anil's gonna be on the Charger again. We're gonna see Devin on a front line or a mid line like we saw on Clams.
And anything's possible on Flounder Rainmaker. we could see absolutely anything. So it looks like there's an emergency on the side of PSG. One of their players had to take a 5-minute break, so he get to wait with all of his wonderful gifts.
Yeah, we see at least the recommended videos for the enrichment corner here. Of course, everything in the enrichment zone is still there, featuring the wonderful art by a friend from, like, I need to remember the artist, but of course saying that the second power climb has hit the basket. Oh, we love the bit.
Yep.
We love the bit here. So now that we are seeing Paris St. Bluefish go back. Oh, the Subway Surfers is back in the enrichment corner. We love to see that as well. So, like I was saying, I think Paris St. Bluefish has still a couple more games to go here. They still are at match points here, but if they can take Flounder here, we'll go to game 5 here, and we'll see which one of these two teams are going up against France in winners bracket finals. We've seen France before, and just how dominant and explosive Ali, Bomb, Nom Nom, and Zeke have been within their set against Trayson Academy. So it's going to be a really interesting set in finals if we're going to see one of these two teams going up against France.
Yeah, it's always on the line right now for the ticket into winners finals. But yeah, lots more to do, and we'll see how these two teams are able to fight on. I mean, PSG has shown resilience. They've shown like they're able to adapt. But one thing to note is that Howdy, they were not playing their regular comp in that last game. They were very much like trying different weapons, everybody switching up the roles. Does Howdy take PSG seriously now, or do they keep having a paintbrush?
That's obviously something that I was also keeping in mind for next game. Will they keep the pain? That pain did just kind of come out for game 3, but I wouldn't underestimate the paintbrush's utility, and we're now seeing the debut of the Wordle corner here.
Yeah.
We're past the horses, we're past Subway Surfers, we're in the Wordle corner. I don't know if this is just for Jorian to like keep himself occupied, unless this is like a Wheel of Fortune type scenario here, where like we're supposed to interact with it. In the meantime, I suck at Wordle personally. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
All right, Jörn. That's a Y. That's interesting.
We have a Y. Okay. Okay. We're in the pregame. We're in the pregame. We're in weapon select here. We have all of the members of PSG right back there with Magnolia, Glash, Strajib, and Pitsy. So There is a P and a Y in the end. We also have a U. Pat, I hate to
I'm
break it to you, but
thinking.
like, Pat, at least half of the lobby is ready
dude.
up.
Yeah, but we have more important things to do right now. This is not my native language. I'm still very.
Oh, we got it! Howdy!
Oh, okay. Jorian absolutely pop him off with
Within
3. That's
within 3
huge.
guesses.
Okay, Jorian absolutely crushing it.
Let's
That's
go.
a wonderful observer. Jorian still sick, coming back from Riptide and crushing Wardle while stringing padding pool. That's okay. Let's get right in. Teams are still selecting weapons. Still, we have 10 seconds still. Lots of time.
Lots of time. We had enough time for a Wordle break, and that's just insane. This may just be the first Splatoon tournament stream to have a Wordle break. So,
well, no, it's not the first. It is not the first. I can guarantee you.
Maybe it's the first one to have the Wordle break shown live. But now, welcome to Flounder Heights Rainmaker. This is still match point for Howdy, and oh, okay, this is once again going to be an interesting thing from both ends here. On the end of Howdy, we're seeing Headit, we're seeing Squelchies, we're seeing Crab, or not Crab, we're seeing Splash, and we're seeing Sorella. Meanwhile, on PSG, we're seeing still Junior as well as Bucket, but we're also seeing Viper Mini and NZAP.
Yeah, interestingly, like, they're not the same weapons, but they're kind of similar comps. They like to play around the same ranges, around the same amount of paint, and the same amount of fighting power. So I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen. Howdy, right now, winning the first team fight, grabbing the Rainmaker and pushing forward.
Yeah, they took it with 3 members down, but here comes Stratgem with the intercept. They're standing still for a second here. I think we're maybe seeing a little bit of interference in terms of the internet, but at least we're seeing Howdy almost get that first checkpoint here. We're seeing... Two people have just disconnected from Paris Inkluffus.
Yeah, well, that's an early disconnect. We have... We're going to reset this game. At this point, it's faster to KO than it is to reset the game.
Yeah, I think a KO at that point would just be faster than holding down all the buttons. Unless this was too late in the match, maybe, because the team was already close to the first checkpoint, but at the same time, it was only within the first minute of the match. I don't know.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'm not sure what's supposed to happen, because, I mean, technically, to get a reset, you have to end the game with the end the game thing. So, I'm not sure.
Well, according to... Okay, well, I think... I'm looking at least Jorian's cam right now. I think all the team, like, everyone's starting to ready up again. So yeah, okay, we're going back. Okay. We're going for the replay. We're going for the replay. That makes sense. Right. We didn't get a lot of. We didn't necessarily. Yeah. So, like, there was still not a lot of match played before the disconnect.
No,
So,
I mean, like, on the time and amount of points, and like the team stopped playing, so it's like it's a valid replay of the game right there. Let's get in, and yeah, we're bringing back the same comps. We'll see how teams are able to do.
Yeah, and well, we saw already how aggressive Howdy was going into it. We're seeing the pop-off happen now. The bubble is mostly magenta here, but it's now retreating, going into the cyan here, and it has been popped by Howdy here. Already, though, there's 2 members down on Howdy. It's only the Brella left, as well as the Squelchies left. The Brella has gone down. It's only the Squelchies, and now I think Paris Inkluffus is eyeing a push of their own.
Yeah, PSG able to win the opening this time, and it's 3 players down on Howdy. PSG very strong, getting the checkpoint, and they have the bubbler ahead of the Rainmaker. They should be able to get in unless Howdy can answer. Very nice stop of the push right there, but 52 is pretty nice for the first minute, 4 sticks.
No, do they realize that Glash is there again? Do they know that the Zap is right behind them? No, they don't!
Oh!
No, they don't! Glash was here the whole time, and they stopped the Rainmaker, and they're jumping back to the rest of Parasiclopus. This is the second time Glash was able to get away with this. You love to see it, Pat.
Yeah, and right now Glash is still going for the fight with the tactical. You want to take the risks, Glash, knowing the assignment, but right now Hardy are taking control. Oh! Okay, that's a nice ball, but that's not enough. Hardy's still in control out of mid with the Rainmaker. Can they get to the checkpoint, though? It looks like PSG has the defense to stop them.
Yeah, we're seeing the strikes now come out from Dragib here. We're seeing the mini go in, but the mini goes down. Magnolia and Dragib are trying to bomb out the Rainmaker holder here. Now, I think the bucket is isolated in a 3v1. They go down. And finally, I think we're starting to see Howdy put the foot on the gas pedal here. They are now at that first checkpoint. They are able to slam it down here. The lead is deadly close. Howdy could take this back.
Yeah, Howdy right now. Just a few points behind, but it's another bubbler deployed. That's going to force Howdy to wait for a better opportunity. And right now, the heavy edit just holding that side. The Rainmaker is reset, but that's still a lot of control for Howdy. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
never mind.
Oh yeah, they had two members down earlier, and mid is mostly magenta right now. We see have the Zuka ready to go. They're assisted by Glash, potentially getting rid of the Squelchies. They're going down in a trade. Here comes the Zuka. They're able to get rid of the Umbrella, not the Headed though here. And now the Headed is going to take two members down. It's a bloodbath here in mid, Pat.
And the bloodbath is still going on right now. Dragib fighting that pocket, and that was a bad series of drops by Howdy. PSG retaking the Rainmaker, getting more control, are going to push again. And I mean, right now they're extending their lead to 38 as Howdy is slowly taking back control of their spawn, as all of PSG is already respawning and getting back into mid.
At least they have at least three members in mid. Dragib is there. Magnolia has unfortunately gone down. We're seeing the Mini enter the fray. Dragib's going down to the Rainmaker. The Mini's going to be able to get rid of the Squelchies before going down to Silver here. Two specials online here. Both the Crab and the Inkjet come out from Howdy here, and now the rest of Parasiclopus probably have to start seeking refuge here. Two members go down. The Brella has gone down on on Howdy as well. We're seeing, I think, we're seeing the Rainmaker trying to make a mad dash for it. Will they be able to get the lead? No, they won't.
So close yet so far away. PSG getting the Reaper, but the Rainmaker is still here. Can they run away? They're able to get the Rainmaker a bit further away, but they're not able to get Howdy out. Okay, now they are. With that wipeout and 45 seconds left in the game, suddenly Howdy are looking pretty nice and in control of top mid.
Definitely so, and they're dropping that Rainmaker deep into a flank spot here, so it just pushes Howdy even further. It's another stopper, another delay in a potential comeback here. We're seeing Magnolia trying to... They go down in a team fight. Here, the Crab is coming out from Silver. The Inkjet is coming out from the Brella. We're seeing the Rainmaker now starting to advance a little bit further down the steps here. There is no Mini here, but here comes the strikes from PSG here. The Soda has come out from the Headed on Howdy here. We're seeing Silver diving deep into the backline with this splash, but they go down. The Rainmaker almost going down to a bomb. They're backed into a corner. They need to return to pocket here. Overtime is now here, and here comes the bomb. They are able to get rid of Magnolia here. Pat, it's just too intense, but they go down finally to a stray bomb from who I think is either the Junior or the Zap here. And with that, Parasiclopus, they're getting Game 4. It's time for Game 5.
And what a comeback by PSG right there. I mean, Howdy was fighting till the very last second. Howdy was dancing around with that Rainmaker, dodging everything, but it was not enough. PSG very much took control of this map, very much took control of the objective, and managed to get the win. And right now, I mean, remember, the tower control game was won by Howdy by a single point. PSG, we know they can do it. We know they very much can do it, and suddenly it's on Howdy to find the answer and to step up.
Yeah, I mean, for the last couple of games, we've been seeing a lot more unorthodox comps from Howdy here. They were running, I think, two drastically different comps from what they were running in the first leg of the sets here. So, are we going to see another mix-up? Will we see a return to form from Howdy? We'll just have to figure that out once we get going and once we see Barnacle and Dime splat zones for our fifth and final map. This is the last bun, the bottom bun of the zone sandwich here, and this is like a from a lot of these. Maybe it's also a good return to form after seeing a lot of these more underseen map picks. You know, we saw everything from thick and thin. We saw Hammerhead Bridge. We saw Flounder Heights. We saw, we saw Flounder Heights, we saw Hammerhead Bridge, we saw more underplayed modes on popular maps like Museum and Crab Leg, but we're finally back to a more commonly seen map mode combination in Barnacle Zones.
Yeah, I mean, a classic one, that's the tiebreaker. That's the one chosen by the TOs. We're going to a known quantity to something that's the one where everybody will have kind of the similar edge because it's a balanced map. It's a map where every weapon, every single way to play will kind of work. As long as you don't get pushed out, you have something to do on Barnacle.
Yeah, and that being said, if you get pushed out, it's going to be one hell of a fight in order to break out. If any team gets total control or just really strong control over courts here, you'll have to like dedicate a lot of your own specials just to break out of spawn, and that leaves you a little bit more vulnerable once you actually get to the zone.
Yeah, getting to that zones decides so much. Our teams are getting ready, taking their time to get their weapons on. I mean, I would, like, you can't blame them. At this point, you want to talk, you want to take the time to breathe every single second. All of Howdy are already have pressed A. Meanwhile, PSG, they are taking a breather, waiting for the clock to go through.
Yeah, I mean, well, they've come this far. They've pushed this all the way to game 5 here. Is this meaning that Howdy is locking in or something? Will this mean Paris Saint-Glefus is strategizing for something more? Who knows? It'll be a really interesting game to watch, to play, to see in chat nonetheless here. And of course, like we said earlier, the winner of this game will have their tickets punched to winners bracket finals here. They will be going up against friends in winners bracket finals, so it's still going to be an interesting set both here and in the next.
Yeah, we'll see how these teams are doing. Remember, this is for the spot in the uppers bracket finals, and let's get in the game, Frostix. Let's see what these two teams can do. And what a crazy comp we're going to have. That's a roller and a junior. That's a double bubbler on the side of Howdy.
And meanwhile, on the side of Paris Saint-Glefus, we're seeing a return to form on their end. Glash is back on Gal, and we're seeing the return of Headit and Junior and Bucket. So, if anything, the return to form is on PSG, and already one person down, at least on both sides. Now 2 members down on Howdy here, and it's looking like Paris Saint-Glefus is trying to open up strong, but Howdy flipping it right back. This is still early game zones here. Anything could happen. It really just depends on who can make a more explosive opening in the present moment.
And right now, the fight is still going, Frostix, but PSG are taking control over the zone and getting the splat on the jumps in. That is huge. Howdy right now are going to be pushed out of the zone. The strikes will maintain some bait, but it's not going well for Howdy right now. PSG are maintaining their control.
Yeah, I think they're slowly advancing their way towards court here. They want to get that lockout going. But right now, and especially considering they have 3 specials online here, at least the whales come out here, the soda's coming out from the headed here. We're seeing Dragip have the strikes ready to go the moment Howdy steps foot onto zone. And here they are, Howdy stepping onto zone, and the strikes come out from Dragip here. They're still in control. No penalty for them right now. We're seeing 2 members, 3 members going down on Howdy. It's only the pencil left. Evil Crowny, they are able to get rid of Magnolia. There's 2 members down on Paris and Glyphus, but they're in the single digits. They are within knockout range. Howdy needs to make this work. Zone's in neutral. Will they get it? Yes, they will. Paris and Glyphus, they get the knockout in game 5.
That's a reverse sweep by PSG. Huge plays right there. And I mean, they took control of this game. They took control of the fight. They took control of the zone. They took control of the whole map. And Howdy was not able to get back in.
Yeah, and they didn't even need to lock them back into... They didn't even need to lock them out of their own spawn here. They played very slow, very calculated, even within mid, and locked Howdy within court here. It still gave them a lot more space to work with here, but basically, as soon as they tried stepping onto plat or in zone here, they simply said, yeah, you shall not pass, get out of here, or get splatted, and that's what just happened.
Yep, Howdy, beautiful plays right there. But PSG, yeah, got the better plays, got the better form, and got the victory. They're gonna punch their ticket on to the first finals. Meanwhile, Howdy will get back to bottom bracket. Both are seed number 1 and 2 are now out. Our finals, our winners finals, is going to be seed 3 and 4. PSG against France.
So we'll be seeing that very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool will be back after a probably short break. And we're back now with Paddling Pool 336's winners bracket finals. We're hot off the presses of seeing Paris St. Bluefus get that reverse sweep onto Howdy, and now we're seeing both them and the return of Franz in winners bracket finals. Pat, this is going to be something to see.
Yeah, the two French teams right there fighting for the spot in grand finals. And I mean, we've seen both of these teams. They like to fight, they like to play, and they've been having a lot of control, being able to get surprises going. So I can't wait to see them get the results now. I mean, they're not our best seeds, but they're here and they're doing the work. So let's see how they're able to do.
In terms of the overall map forecast for this set, it's going to be a Rainmaker sandwich starting on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. So I think one thing you should that both these teams should definitely know about this map, if they haven't known already, is just how they're going to start playing once they break that first checkpoint. Because sometimes when it comes down to a Rainmaker map, the route kind of expands once you break past the first checkpoint. I'd say when it comes down to Scorch Gorge and maybe a couple other maps, the the map definitely starts shrinking and it starts becoming more close quarters.
Yeah, and let's see how it goes. And we've seen every charger now. We've seen every splash charger now.
Yeah, we saw the Zekofin in the hands of Howdy's players. We saw the Camo Charger, I think also in the hands of Howdy. And now on Franz, we're seeing the original vanilla splatter scope. We're getting VAC action, and especially after the recent changes to VAC, this could be interesting. And already, Bomb is going to be able to get two members down here. It's still a bloodbath in mid at the moment here. That one, I think that's the Zap taking a lot of damage on the end of Paris. Paris St. Bluefus is also going down to that Nautilus.
Yeah, and right now we're still for the fight for mid. France has a lot of control, but not enough that they feel comfortable grabbing the Rainmaker yet. Oh, wait, two down on PSG. This could be their opportunity, but instantly Glash to the side. And of course, it's going to be Glash. We've seen Glash get so many flanks, so many splats. And right now, we're still in that fight for mid, Frostix.
It is a textbook mid-off right now here, but here comes the VAC from Franz here. Already the Mini's going down, Horse Man's going down, this VAC shot's gonna come out, no targets claimed, but the space is definitely starting to open up, potentially for Franz, at least trying to take that Rainmaker, but they go down once again to the defense from Paris St. Bluefus. But I think now we're starting to see some action happening as Ashigan is finally gonna be able to break that first checkpoint. 2 minutes into the match, and whoa! Whoa! The Charger! 2 snipes!
What the flicks! Incredible! And thanks to the vacuum, Addy is able to break onto 9 points. And the vacuum gets the repop, but France is forced out of here now. Huge push by France. PSG, I mean, reacting as much as they can, but I mean, the damage's been done now.
Damage has been dealt. Franz pushes the lead to the single digits. The Rainmaker, of course, having to be reset here. And already, I think Franz is waiting. Do they realize that Bomb is there? No, they don't. Bomb is striking. They are able to at least get rid of the bucket before most of the strikes come out here. But now that S-Blast is in a pickle, they're finally going down here. Lidl's being forced at least to run from the Rainmaker shots here, trying to at least get that Rainmaker down before it can get right back up to their side of the map. The Soda's coming out as well here. And I think now this is their moment to strike, if not 3 members going down though.
That's a lot of splats left and right, but in the end France are able to get a bit more control. PSG still has the presence in mid, but France have gotten the repop on the Rainmaker, have the paint all around, and they know they don't even need to push. All they need to do is paint around, wait for a mistake by PSG. Oh, they need to go in, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Bobbler next to the checkpoint will allow them to take some ground. Magno going in, beautiful trade, will allow them to push in, but now France is ready for the defense.
And defense, they do have that vacuum, just providing so much utility, sucking up all of PSG's shots tried to come out here, not allowing them to get to the first checkpoint, even still. And already, Friends is already looking to continue the offense here. They're already posted up on PSG's plat. They're trying to find their way into court. Once the Zuka starts running out here, they'll start trying to run in here, the Nautilus as well as the S-Blast. There's 2 members down. It's only the Mini as well as the N-Zap here. I think, honestly, they're just trying to at least keep it within their side of the map, keep the momentum in their favor here.
Yeah, and right now, 2 down onto PSG. France is going to get another push thanks to that splashdown. A lot of control has been taken. The vacuum is ready, but the charger is forced to drop out. That's a delay on the push right there. PSG holding. Wait, Papuya.
Did they really need the Vac when they just had Booyah Bomb ready to go? But now here comes the Vac neutralizing the Trizuka. That's definitely what we love to see out of the Ink Vac here. And with I just love glazing the Vac ever since it got the changes. But now, with under 30 seconds left to go, PSG has to potentially make this work into overtime. Already, Magnolia's gonna pop the forward bubbler. Very good play to go. And Glash is finally able to get that first checkpoint for PSG. They have been able to get reverse sweeps in the past. Will they be able to do this again, Pat?
And that's a few players down onto France. PSG should be able to get the repop they need to grab. They need to push again. Bomb jumping out. It's still alive. It's still possible, but PSG needs a monster push, and they don't have the protection from the vacuum. And France is going to shut down the Rainmaker, directly deny the overtime and the comeback.
That's what I think, meaning when I said that the map really starts closing in once you get to that once you break past that first checkpoint here. Basically, the enemy team's court becomes just a fight club all on its own here, and the defending team have the advantage. They have this high ground that they were taking very good advantage of, whether that's, I think, Chendi with the splatter scope. Oh, there's the snipes. There's the snipes for Chendi. You love to see it here. But like as I was saying, they just had a lot of good high ground positions here. Lidl getting that double on the Zuka. This match is just full of highlights post to blue sky. So that's just something.
Yeah, a lot of plays. And that's a 1-0, a commanding 1-0 by France, able to really take control of it first game. They had such a big push. And that's the thing with Rainmaker. It's not about the control you can have around the map. It's not about how long you can stay. It's about getting that one big push. France knew the assignment, and they did exactly what they needed to do.
Massive flying colors. It's like you said earlier in the match, Pat. They did they dealt the damage that needed to be done, and at that point they just needed to play defense for the rest of the match, and that's exactly what they pulled off here. They had a little bit of clapback from PSG here, but they held strong nonetheless. So now we're going into game 2, and there it is. The 4th Museum D'Alfonsino mode. We are seeing Clam Blitz.
We got them all.
It's all 4 of them. I can't believe we've seen every single Museum D'Alfonsino mode within one tournament, but maybe that's just saying how good of a map Museum D'Alfonsino is. So when it comes down to clams on this, I think it's kind of a similar story to Rainmaker here. You have to have a good control of mid, that way at least once you start getting that initial break, you can break back into there, get the clams you need, but you also need to have a good control of the enemy team's plat, especially their spinner. Once you score as well, have that staying power that you can get for really strong, powerful pushes. We've seen PSG and how explosive their clam pushes are. Are we going to see the 2 buckets from them again?
I mean, you said what I wanted to say, which is PSG, we've seen them play clams. They're scary when they start picking up clams. They can get very far, and it looks like PSG is bringing their charger with the crab. And I mean, we'll see how they're able to do. Wait, no, it's France with the charger.
That's okay. Yeah, that's Chendi on the camo charger for Franz, and meanwhile, we're seeing the return of the Ashen Try in the hands of Glash on Paris Saint Lufus. Already 2 members down on Franz. Magnolia and Lidl are trying to take the fight over to Franz, but Bomb is able to take that fight and win the 2v1 here. There's 2 members down on Franz still here. We're seeing Chendi sniping on the floor here. They're trying to get rid of Glash potentially, but now Glash is moving up with this screen to their advantage. They're 1 clam away from a soup. They can get a potential early score if they don't watch this Ashen Try here. They need to start getting the resources in the back pocket. And now, this could be a push waiting to happen. There's 2 power clams ready to go. Is it gonna happen, Pat?
Oh, that's a lot of clams by PSG right now, but they lose the fight. They're not able to push in yet, and they have to run away, save whatever clams they can, as France is taking back control of their own platform, painting around and punishing PSG as they're trying to keep it alive. But right now, very nice control taken back by France, and now France has a lot of paint around mid. It's going to be their turn to pick up the clams.
Definitely, and already opening the picks with getting rid of the Headed is a very strong start here. Already we're seeing Franz starting to push up on Paris Saint Lufus's plat here. We're seeing a snipe from Chendi onto Glash. They have the crab ready to go as well. If they can get that propped up, maybe on plat or maybe even on mid spinner here. Here the crab comes out on plat. That first power clam will break the barrier here. The clams are starting to fly in here. They are going to potentially reach the 60 threshold. Yes, they will, but now it's only the Nautilus left. It's only Nom Nom, but when they're posted up on the Great, they are able to push their lead to 59. That's a very strong opening push from Fran.
I mean, after 2 minutes in the game, that's a decent push. And right now, France has the lead, but PSG, again, they got the clams, they got the position, but they lose a bit too many players. I don't think they'll be able to push off of that. I say that, but I mean, they're still here, and they activate the strikes. Are they gonna run for the basket? It looks pretty risky right there. All of France is there to defend, and they lose the power clam.
I think everyone was just a little bit too eager to go in. Once again, do they realize that Glash is there? Glash is just expert at staying hidden. They are able to claim 2 members down. The screen comes out once again here. Magnolia is just 2 clams away from a power. No, they won't be able to build one in time. They do still have the lead. They pick up the pity actually here. So that clam is still ready to go, but that jump has been contested. It's only Glash left, and Glash is revealed to the rest of France here, and they're being forced to retreat back to their plat, which is just gonna allow Friends to potentially get back into mid.
Yeah, PSG just a tiny bit too eager to get in, and they paid the price. A bit too hasty, and France gets the control back, and now it's a wipeout. France has so many clams, and now they're under the basket, reopening it, and they're gonna score more points, I guess.
Will they, though? I think already we're seeing Bomb go down here, as well as Ali, but Nom Nom is staying alive, but no, they're backed into a corner in a 2v1 between Magnolia and Glash. That's no more points, no further points being scored by Franz. They do deal damage to the pity score here. We're seeing Magnolia trying to go in again, really eager to start here, but they go down, potentially wasting the bubble because now Franz is already posted right back up on PSG's plats here. We're seeing Ali build another power clam. We're seeing Chendi having the crab ready to go here. There's now 1 minute left here. Franz still holds the lead 59-0. Can they get everything going in time?
And France, once again, they know the assignment. They know all they need to do is punish any move that PSG is going to do right now. They do exactly that beautiful move. Shoot out. Oh, wait. They jumped in! They get another opening of the basket, extending their lead. One other super clam in. But that's going to be a bit more control right there. PSG, with 20 seconds left, they're going to need 10 more points if they want to win this game.
Yeah, well, we've seen how explosive the PSG pushes can be here. They just need the right resources. Already, 1 power clam has been thrown. I think they airball it. Unfortunately, that has not hit the basket, and it's fading fast. Here come the strikes, though. Can they salvage it in time? Yes, no, they won't. Magnolia won't be able to get it. They do have position, but they don't have the resources. Overtime is now. They have 3 members down. Do they have a power clam? They pick up the pity here. I think they can at least get that one in. They need to start scoring fast here. Two members have gone down. Magnolia is still in the fight. No, they go down. It's only Snussman, and they're back in spawn. No one is left on Franz's plat to score in overtime. And that is game 2, which is going to Franz.
And that Super Clan was 20 more points. They could have gotten 2 points away, just one tiny clan, but they didn't have it. They missed, and that might have cost them the game right there. Which means France is now up 2-0.
Yeah, and it's putting Franz at the match point here. They didn't necessarily break past halfway here, and it like for I think maybe halfway, for at least a good half of the match, it's been a constant battle in mid for control, for numbers, for resources here. And what we I think saw specifically, I think more so on Paris and Glyphus, was that they were just maybe a little bit too eager to start to get things going here. Yeah. They kind of put a little bit too much resources into failing pushes here, betting on losing horses, if you may. So, like, they didn't have, like, when the opportunity did kind of present itself, they didn't have a lot of things to kind of play off of that. They didn't have maybe the important specials, like, say, the strikes or the screen to work with here. Meanwhile, on the end of Franz, they're just constantly working off of those kind of whiffs that Paris and Glyphus has been going off of here. They're just taking they're making good use of the of capitalizing off of opportunity. So
yeah. I mean, as you said, PSG bit too eager to get in, paid the price. France simply waiting for the mistake and got the win right there. They're up 2-0, going into splat zones though. We're done with the two modes that are volatile, where you have to push deep in. Now we're in the game where you have to hold mid, and that's a different dynamic. I mean, we will see how PSG is able to adapt, but once again, Frostix, PSG is back to the wall.
We have seen PSG pull the reverse sweep in the past. Will we see it again, or will Franz put an end to the madness? We'll just have to see on a map like Mahi Mahi Zones, of course, a very tried and true Zones map, and just an overall darling of the competitive scene.
Yeah.
Okay, X-Flasher.
That's an X-Flow.
And the
L3.
Oh, L3, yeah. Okay.
Alright. Changes are being made. Alright, I love to see the Explo being brought to the table, especially that Explosion will output a lot of bait from France, but right now there is no pain because there's nobody alive for France. PSG in control. And that's the opening you want to get to change the momentum.
Potentially change the water level soon, because now PSG is getting close to that 60-point threshold, which means the water level is starting to drop. It's one-way drops from now on, and there's 3 members down, with Ali going down to the L3's Inkjet here. Already they're halfway through their points, breaking out of the 40 threshold into the 30s. Bomb is now charging up a Booyah Bomb. The X-Flasher is still going to put out a lot of good paint that the S-Blast can thrive off of here. But I think PSG is still on the floor, ensuring that they can still stay in neutral, but not for long. It has been flipped, and 54 penalty points have gone to PSG.
Yeah, France doing what they need to do right now. It's their turn to push, it's their turn to apply the pressure, and they're going in. They know they want to get control. That splashdown will take a little bit of ground, but PSG is still around to get back. I mean, right now, we're waiting for PSG to get their specials to prepare their lead, as France has a good hold right there.
A very strong hold. They're deadly close to taking this lead back, and with only Lidl left, they're only respawning here. I'm definitely sure that France is able to take the lead back here. And now they're holding PSG back at the drops here. Magnolia is able to get in onto the TD Ink coming out. It's only Glash left. They are able to at least get rid of 2, but here comes the splashdown from what? It's so much action here, Pat! But all I know for sure is that France got the knockout here, and even when PSG set the lead early, that won't stop France from getting the sweep. They get the set 3-0 and knock PSG to losers bracket finals.
I'm pretty sure Nom Nom got a triple with that Nautilus right there, and then there was just Glash left to be beaten with the jetpack. That was, I mean, a great opening by PSG, but France simply taking control and punching their ticket into grands.
Okay, I was gonna say that's the replay from last match, and okay,
Yeah,
that was Nom Nom.
set.
That was Nom Nom getting the triple. I think practically PSG was starting to scramble at that point here. They were just funneling themselves into the zone, and when there is a funnel, there is a Splatling ready to capitalize off that, and that is coming from Nom Nom, and that only left Glash left up in the air here. I think they were able to at least get 2 members down, even the third in a trade, but once you're traded off, there's no one left to cap the zone, especially when it's in single digits.
Yep, that's the game, and that is France in grand finals now, which means, Frostix, it's time for us to take a look at the lower bracket. And oh well, lower bracket semis is already waiting for us, so we're gonna take a short break so we can set up a lobby, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
And we are back with paddling pool. We missed the loser semifinals, which means we get directly to the lower bracket finals. It's going to be, of course, coming from the upper side, Paris Saint-Glufus, going against our seed number one, Howdy, that fought their way back onto here. And yeah, we've seen both of these teams, Frostix, so let's get ready for the games now.
This is finally the rematch that Howdy's been looking for here. Paris Saint-Glufus was the team that dropped Howdy down to losers bracket, back in winners bracket semis. So I think Howdy having their chance to get their run back, and it will begin on Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz here. I think we have basically seen not on stream, but I think within the tournament so far, we've seen almost all variations of Barnacle and Dime. We saw zones in the past. We're seeing Clam Blitz now, and in the set before this with Na and Howdy, I think one of the maps was Tower, Barnacle, and Dime. So we're technically missing one more Rainmaker to complete all four on Barnacle.
Yeah, you're kind of stretching the thing we've seen definition there, but let's get in the game. And are these 2,000 Julies? Is that a Squiffer?
Okay, so we're seeing, once again, Howdy's being a little bit experimental with it. We're seeing Devin on the Dousers, we're seeing the Pencil, as well as Silver's still on Stamper, and Neymar Jr. this time they're on the Doolies. Meanwhile, Glash is on Squiffer, something that we haven't seen from them all tournament.
Yeah, I mean, can't wait to see more of that right now. Both teams fighting for mid, and it looks like there's a bit of control for PSG if they're able to win this, but the Downs are able to maintain some presence right there. Howdy still in the game right now, but PSG was able to grab a lot of clams right there.
A power clam in their back pocket. Here comes the zip cast from Glash on the Squiffer. They are able to take down the Pencil, but meanwhile the rest of Howdy are just mowing down Paris Saint-Glufus. There were 3 members down here. Seeing Magnolia trying to pop the bubble to defend himself, but that's not stopping Howdy from running them down here. They already have a good control of mid here. They do have the clam economy in their back pocket here. The strikes are coming out from Devin here. They have the space, but they don't have the clams so far.
Yep. Clams need to be collected, and Devin 4K going in with the Dowser, getting the aggro that's free down onto PSG. PSG are simply waiting in their spawn. The basket is finally going to be open, but Howdy didn't spend that much time collecting clams. They have to go back for more. I mean, 65, they passed the 60-point mark, which is a decent opening push, but right there, PSG are able to respawn, are able to get back in and retake control.
Yeah, finally ending it with a pick onto the Doolies here. They are trying to also get Silver. Silver's going down. It's 2 down on both teams. Dragib's trying to get the play onto Devin here alongside Drone here. It's a fight in mid here. This Pencil is very pushed up here, but at least Dragib's going down. Devin's going down as well here. I think we're right back onto mid for another mid off. There's 2 down on Howdy. Magnolia is going to be able to get rid of Neymar Jr. now. Drone is forced to back off here. And now Paris Saint-Glufus has built a power clam now. 2 power clams here. This could be an explosive push once more. If this happens, will the power clams hit the basket? Not just yet.
PSG once again going in a bit too fast, going in a bit too one by one and paying the price for the haste. Howdy now in control and with a crab tank under the basket already. I guess Howdy will move in and reopen the basket.
The basket open for Howdy here. There's 2 members down on both sides. Devin is just tossing clams back and forth here. They do have 1 more in their back pocket to score here, pushing the lead to 37 now. Silver is now jumping onto the field. They are able to get rid of Magnolia here. There's 2 members down. Silver is somehow staying alive, seeing the storm that is approaching, securing a wipeout for Howdy. More clams fly in to extend the lead to 19.
19 and counting. We only need a few more clams. 1 point is all they need. Howdy gets the KO.
And I think this is a massive shift of events, especially what happened on the last time both of these teams
Yeah.
were on Clam Blitz. Last time we saw them on Crab Leg Clams, we just saw PSG. They just had so much explosive pushes, multiple double power clam pushes within a short time frame. Meanwhile, Howdy this time on Barnacle Clams, they just wanted to have a lot of control here. They learned from their mistake on
Yeah.
Crab Leg here. They held mid very strong, responded, and also capitalized off of whenever PSG whiffed here. When they were a little bit too eager to get that push going here, they strike back fast, take mid, get clammed, post up early with the crab tank here, and that allowed them to have that staying power since no one was in mid, so they could just get all the clams they want, bring it back to PSG's basket, and score that knockout.
Yeah, Howdy simply winning every fight, it felt, getting splat after splat, which allowed them to get more clams, which allowed them to get the KO. But it's only game number 1 of this best of 5. We are now going on to Splat Zone on Robo Roman. Different map, which should allow. I mean, it's become a classic map where any kind of weapon can do the work. So I hope PSG can find their balance and answer what Howdy's been doing.
But if you do say, if like, I definitely agree with you when you say that, like, and a lot of weapons can play really well on Robo Ramen. At this point, we have, like, Howdy has established themselves as a wild card of a team
Yeah.
that is just bringing out almost every single weapon in the game as a part of their arsenal. So right now it's a matter of what are they going to bring out next? Are they going to go with the weapons that they're known to play? Will they bring out just another new set of 4 weapons again? We'll just have to see it here. So now we're just waiting for one more team to ready up. The timer is ticking down. That's the last. We're going to dive into it.
Yeah, and here goes the fight. Splat zones again, the mode that top players like to play on, and that's Glugaz.
And Glash is back on L3 here. I think we did see Glash bring out L3 back on Mahi Mahi zones. Of course, Inkjet can be really good. It can be really good of a versatile special to bring out here, and also that L3 is good at assisting the front line in their pushing endeavors here. And already there's 2 members down on Howdy. It's only Neymar Jr. left here. The Glugas have to start running lest they get picked off by Glash, and no! Glash is claiming another pick for Paris St. Bluefus.
Yeah, PSG able to get the opening, to get the control, but here comes the answer by Howdy going in. But Julie's coming, the Towser dodging around and getting the splats, but Howdy are going to take control of the zone with a wipeout. PSG was able to get a few points, but not that much, and right now Howdy has a lot of ground.
Whoa. We're seeing some instant transmission coming out from Drone here. They at least do back up, especially considering the rest of PSG are starting to respawn, but the lead has been swapped here. Now Devin's going down in the pits here. The strikes are coming out from Drajev. 1 is going under the zone, but it's still capping it nonetheless here, and it has been flipped the zone right now. The points right now for PSG is at 6-7. It's constantly counting down here. They are going to be able to break out of it soon unless these strikes have something to say about it. Zone neutral. Here's another set of strikes. It's a Hexa strike comp from Howdy to keep it in control.
Yeah, Howdy maintaining their presence, but forced out of their PSG. Are able to simply hold the zone right there, and using their specials, chaining them to really maintain control. Howdy are struggling to get in, 2 players down on each side. PSG is keeping control, they get the lead, and they're scoring more and more.
It may only be Lidl and Magno left, but they're holding down the line very effectively here. We're seeing the Glugas drop down. Magno is within hot pursuit. Here come the Hexa strikes from Howdy, immediately flipping the zone for the green team here. Now Devin's trying to make a run for it to capitalize off of it, but with the bubble as well as Glash and Lidl staying here, they are able to flip it right back. No more counting out, but that's collateral from Drone, wiping out Paris St. Bluefus, and now Howdy is right back in control of zone and are continuing their hold.
Yeah, suddenly Howdy able to take control, able to set themselves. Here comes the jetpack by Glash. Glash pushing in, getting one splat, looking for the other. Howdy is forced out and losing everything right there. PSG are taking control of this game, Frostix.
Now they're already right back up on Howdy's elbow here. There is 2 members down though. One set of strikes is coming out from Devin here. There may be another one coming in hot. And the zone is now flipped here. The Glugas have gone down. Devin's gone down here. Lidl is just heralding the charge here. This may just be a triple from Lidl, securing almost securing the wipeout for Paris St. Blufus. They're already right back up. They are able to get rid of Neymar Jr. Magnolia has the bubble. They're putting it forward deep into Howdy's spawn, into their court, and the rest of Paris St. Blufus is holding the line in elbow here. They're almost out of the penalty points, but here come the Hectic strikes here. Will this cap the zone? It will put it into neutral. That's not going to stop Paris St. Blufus though. They are in the 20 threshold. They're close to knocking it out, Pat.
Yeah, PSG all holding and looking at a KO. The Booyah Bomb is coming on the zone. Is it enough to cap? No, it's not enough. PSG stays up there. And they're gonna get the KO right now. It's only the Glugas left to paint. That Glugas alone. Oh.
Yeah, Glash I think single-handedly managed to keep the zone alive. They kept, I think, the Glugas in a 1v1 mid-inkjet here, and they managed to at least get the last bit of paint to secure the knockout here. They didn't get, I think Howdy didn't get the zone neutral in time. So now the set is tied 1-1.
Yeah, Glash used the jetpack to force the Glugas to drop out of the zone so they couldn't paint anymore, and then they only had to put a few droplets of ink on the zone to recap it to get the last few points. We are now 1-1 in this best of 5 between PSG and Howdy. This is technically going to be their game 8 now because they went to game 5 on the upper bracket.
Yeah, definitely. So now we're going into game 3. There is going to be a guaranteed game 4. Is this going to be a repeat of winners bracket semis for Howdy and Paris St. Blufus? We'll just have to see as we enter game 3. We're going back to Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. I think we saw Paris St. Blufus on this one back in winners bracket finals, if I'm pretty sure.
I think so. We've had so many games going by so fast. I don't know. I'm not sure, but right now, yeah. I mean, France beat PSG on this map mode, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was, I think, the first map that they played on, and was the one to take that. I think we saw that Paris St. Blufus was like a little bit stagnant back on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge here. They were just kind of trying to break out of mid. They were able to at least get to that first checkpoint here, but outside of that, not a lot of progress from them on the last time they played it. So maybe we could see them learning from their mistakes here, like what Howdy did here. So we'll just have to see what's in store.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Let's get into the game right there. And I mean, Howdy sticking to the Dowsers. I guess. Meanwhile, PSG are bringing the new Mini. That Mini has the beacons that will allow them to spawn faster, so PSG will get more and more momentum throughout the game. But right now the momentum is yellow. Howdy opening very, very strong and getting to the checkpoint. All they need to do is get the Rainmaker now.
Yeah, they were already eager to start pushing in here. We saw Silver go in with the Zipcaster. No one picked up the Rainmaker just yet, but as soon as I say that, they do not only get through the first checkpoint, but they not only reach the first checkpoint, but break through it. But here come the strikes now from Paris St. Blufus, backing Drone up just a bit here. Silver's going down, unfortunately, but there is almost a yellow brick road paved. It's only Silver and Drone. Drone's trying to push it. They push the lead to 33. That's very strong within the first minute of the match, Pat.
Yeah, and right now, oh wait, there we grab. They want to keep it going. The Rainmaker is going to be back into shield mode, but there's so many people for Howdy. They get the repop. The push is not over, Frostix. Howdy, they're pushing so much pressure. The specials have to be used by PSG in their own spawn just to get the Rainmaker to. Oh wait!
Oh,
Oh!
oh no! I think
No!
I think someone from Paris St. Gluphus picked up the Rainmaker. The next thing you know, they get a wipeout here, and now Howdy's pushing the lead to 12, and Neymar Jr.'s just shooting the crab in Paris St. Gluphus' spawn. The strikes come out though. This could put a little bit of a stopper, but the yellow brick road is continuing to be paved. Neymar Jr. just needs to get it to the final checkpoint. The score is 3. They just need to get it in. The strikes are coming out from Devin. The drone is there as well. Will they be able to get it? No! The score is at 1!
But it's not over yet. The Rainmaker is reporting blue. This time it looks like we're going to have a reset finally. Howdy maintained that push for so long, and PSG have been in panic mode. That is so rough for them right now. Howdy, I mean, PSG has been here before, and when it was against France, they didn't manage to really pull through. Can they get the monster comeback, the KO on this map mode?
They need to win if they want to win, and even still, Howdy is looking to cause a rampage in Paris St. Gluphus' spawn. We saw I think someone struck, took 2 members down before Glash responding quickly. Silver able to take 2 members down for Howdy here. They're retreating back into the pit here already. I think Paris St. Gluphus is starting to regroup here. They're back in mid. There's 2 members down on Howdy here. They have at least 2 minutes to go. There's still a lot of time, but remember, they have to get a knockout. Magnolia goes down in a trade to Devin here. And they are still in mid here. They're almost locked out, it seems, here. Already, Dragiv and Glash going down. It's only Lidl left here, which means Howdy could potentially pick this Rainmaker back up and continue the assault.
Yeah, and right now it's 3 down on PSG. I guess Howdy will keep pushing. Oh, they're ready. They're setting up the trap, and Devin 4K getting that splat right now. That's a lot of control. They're not painting. They know all they need to do is set up traps and stop PSG from going forward. It's working so well for them. 1 minute left in the game, and Howdy has full control of the map, Frostix.
They're not even picking up the Rainmaker. I think they just they realized that, like, drone would probably be a lot better if they were firing off with the pencil here. But now we're seeing Neymar Jr. and Lidl in this isolated duel. Lidl's going down here. Same thing with the splash though, and Devin going down in a 2v1 here. There's under a minute left for Paris St. Gluphus to get the knockout, and I think they stop them from getting that Rainmaker right before it can happen. Magnolia's trying to push up. That's not going to stop drone from getting rid of them as well. Now we're at 30 minutes here, and there is the soda coming out from drone, the strikes coming out from Dragiv here. It's just scatters all around here, and it's a scramble to see if they can get the Rainmaker. And I think drone's just watching with an eagle eye.
Yep.
Can Paris St. Gluphus get this?
They are simply waiting. 10 seconds left in the game. PSG needs control, needs to move in. Bazooka could allow them to go forward, but they lose too many players. That's good. Yeah. Okay. That's game.
That's game. And
move
wow.
on.
That was a very, very oppressive game from Howdy here. And it is once again kind of basically a repeat of what happened against France, but just with even. But in this case, Paris St. Gluphus didn't even get to the first checkpoints here. And I think that was primarily just because it was just because of how long Howdy stayed within Paris St. Gluphus' court even after they pushed the lead to 1 point. We saw Devin, we saw Neymar Jr., we saw the splash. How they were just constantly staying within court, continuing to be just being a overall nuisance here, and kept them checked at all angles, at all spots in the map, not allowing them to break past mid, not even allowing them to stay in mid for too long here. And then it basically came down to just, well, at that point we can just keep pushing up. We just need to make sure that they don't get the Rainmaker, and then drone's just watching over that Rainmaker with an eagle eye. So now Howdy is at match point. We're going to Tower Control Hagglefish Market for game 4.
Yep. I mean, Howdy getting a huge control right there, reminding us why they are the seed #1 of this tournament. But it's not over, and PSG are not done. They managed to take a game off of Howdy earlier in this set. They managed to take a set of Howdy earlier in the tournament. They can do it. It's just a matter of doing it right here, right now.
They have gotten that reverse sweep in the past here. So it is just up to them if they can pull through, if they can take tower control haggle, and if they can take the bottom bun of the clam sandwich, which will be on Umami Ruins. We're just waiting on Lidl to ready up so we can go into our 4th game in the set. So once again, I gotta ask the question, what will Howdy bring out this time? I think so far in the sets here, Devin's been very insistent on sticking with Dowser Doolies on this end, and then it'll be up to Drone to be the backline for Howdy. So I think, and then at the same time, I think we've seen a lot more adaptability here. So what is in store?
Yeah, what is in store indeed? The same comp, about the same comp for Howdy right there. I mean, the guns don't matter anymore. It's going to be decided by the ink, by the players. PSG need a good opening, need to get momentum as Howdy is ready to fight them.
They are definitely ready, but meanwhile, Parasite Clufus is going to respond with an early inkjet from Glash. They are able to get rid of Neymar Jr. Do they realize that Devin is behind them? No! Devin is striking. Oh. There's 2 members down on Parasite Clufus, not even before they can get to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, right now, we're still on a fight for mid. Oh, wait, 2 down onto Howdy. Can PSG get the momentum now? It looks like they're on the tower and they're going in. All of Howdy is waiting in their spawn, waiting simply for PSG to overcommit as PSG is getting to the first checkpoint, and the crab tank was denied. They're gonna get the checkpoint.
But I think now... Oh yeah, I think after a lot of games of potentially overcommitting too hard, I think Paris and Clefus is finally learning to at least save their specials for when they need to, not deploying all of them at once in the moment. They do almost break through that first checkpoint here, but now it's only Glash left here within the steps of Paris and Glyphis' courts here. They're trying to stop them from getting to that first checkpoint. Magnolia is able to get rid of Devin here. They're all chasing after Glash by the looks of things here. But also, I think both the Bucket and the Junior trying to also take the fight to Howdy here. I think they're already starting another push to potentially break past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, right there, we are seeing PSG getting back to the checkpoint, but getting pushed away. Oh, well, that crab tank cannot catch a break. At least PSG are staying on top of that, but that's not enough. They're not able to pierce through as Howdy are taking back a lot of room thanks to these strikes, but oh, they lose. Oh, it's a wipeout. PSG still in there, still attacking and getting back forward.
And they have a lot of specials online. They have the jet, they have the bubble, and they have the inks. They have the tri-strikes ready to go. The tri-strikes and the jet come out, but Magno and Glash go down. Same thing with the Bucket. It's only Lidl left, and Lidl is forced to run for the hills. Lidl's going down here. It's 2 down on Paris and Glyphus, and now Howdy is looking to get things going. Finally, trying to at least get that lead back at 64 here. There's already 2 members down on PSG. Howdy is eyeing that first checkpoint here. Silver's already going in with the Zipcaster, able to get rid of Magnolia. Devin is also trying to go and assisting with the burst bomb. Same thing with Neymar Jr. here. The tri-strikes do come out from Howdy, and the Zuka comes out from Parasiclifus here. They are able to break past checkpoint 1, establishing their lead before going down, and as Parasiclifus goes right back on that tower.
PSG able to fight well. They had so many pushes, but they didn't manage to get the checkpoint.
No,
Howdy. Howdy setting up the trap, waiting for the better opportunity, waiting for PSG to go in right there. And I mean, PSG activating the jetpack will have someone behind them, but they're able to get control.
Wait, Devin is still
Wait,
there.
they're
Devin
still
is still
waiting.
there. Devin is actually rallying the rest of almost the rest of Howdy there.
Oh, they're
They get
coming
the
in.
flash in, and they're striking from behind. They're able to get rid of Dragib and Lidl here, impeding Paris Saint-Germain's progress just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
That trigger discipline, if I've ever seen it from Devin 4K.
That's going to deny the checkpoint once more. Howdy simply keeping control right there. PSG now fighting to defend. We're in the last minute of this game already, Frostix, and Howdy are pushing again.
They are already in control. They've been in control for a while. Neymar Jr. is trying to get things going, trying to shoot up on the tent. They go down. Glash is airborne now, trying to shoot pot shots onto Silver. Silver's going down here. I think now is the time for Paris Saint-Germain to get all of their resources in order. The bubbles coming out from Magnolia. Devin throwing the strikes here. The rest of Paris Saint-Germain is starting to disperse. There's 2 members down here, and Howdy is mobilizing. They're already taking down more picks. The junior's going down. The bucket's been down here, and I think they're just eyeing the right moment to get back on tower. Devin is now charging up the GG strikes. The crab is already pushed up ahead. The rest of Paris Saint-Germain is being forced to jump out, but they are able to take down the crab. The strikes are ready to go, though. Is this going to happen? Will we see GG? Will we see overtime? No one's on tower, which means Howdy, after 4 games and after being sent to losers bracket, will get their revenge on Paris Saint-Germain. They are moving on and have their tickets punched to grand finals.
Yeah, that's... I mean, Howdy getting the comeback, and I mean, they're used to doing that, going to lower bracket, playing random weapons, and then getting to grands from the lower side, and we'll see if they're able to win once again this paddling pool after this short break.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool 336 will reach its thrilling conclusion shortly. Probably after the replay, though. Are we on? And so, all things must come to an end. So must Paddling Pool. And here it is, Grand Finals. After a very long while, we see the thrilling conclusion with Franz having a well-deserved break after Losers Bracket has ended. And finally, our top seed Howdy clawing their way out of loser's bracket after a decisive set and rematch against Paris Saint-Lefus.
Yep, I mean, that's going to be our grand finals. We had 12 teams at the start of the tournament. We only have 2 left to decide who is going to get the paddling pool crown. I mean, Howdy are our favorites. They've been winning paddling pools over and over, but France are on the winner's side. They have a bit of an edge going into this first best of 5. And we're starting with a familiar map. I mean, Howdy's hot for this map right now. They just played it, so that they know exactly what to do. The plan is already in motion.
We just saw Howdy take this here, and okay, so we're seeing another interesting switch up on Howdy's end. We're seeing S-Blast here with, okay, well that's a 6-7, but maybe that's still Devin. Who knows here? And it's almost maybe mirroring Franz's comp. They do have, they are bringing out Camo Charger and also the Nautilus, the Rain Nautilus in the hands of Nom Nom, who is already going to be going down. So let's see what's in store for us here.
Yeah, and right now the battle is raging on. Players are fighting. Oh, everybody's on the left for Howdy. Can they run at the tower and deny? Yes, there won't be a checkpoint yet, and we're still back to a fight for mid as everybody's falling left and right.
Yeah, it's only Ali and Drone, well, before Neymar Jr. got here. And the bomb, immediately eager to go in. They trade out the Charger. That's no sodas for Howdy in the meantime. Meanwhile, the S-Blast is moving in alongside Silver. They are able to get a pick onto Ali here. And now we're seeing Chindi over here. They almost have the Crab ready to go here. They can potentially get a snipe onto the S-Blast if they are a little bit out of position. The Booyah Bomber is ready to go. Nom Nom is going down here. Bombs are flying left and right. Blaster shots as well here. Bomb is jumping out right in the nick of time. Here comes the Booyah Bomb here. And still, not a lot of tower movement so far, but with 2 members down on Howdy, things could potentially change.
Yeah. And I mean, the tower is finally getting by France, but there's another flank. Okay, the flank is dealt with. Can France stay on that tower now? The Booyah Bomb is thrown. The Charger gets sniped, and that's how they're getting back into mid. We're gonna have a neutral for the whole game, I guess.
Well, if it's a neutral, Franz does hold the lead, 83-96. They do, and now Howdy has 2 members down here, and I think Franz right now is still trying to keep Howdy at bay by any means necessary, and if that's by at least holding down the picks, they are still doing this. Jenny's going to be able to snipe down Neymar Jr. here. I think the Silver's trying to strike, but they get outnumbered and picked off now. The rain's coming out from Nom Nom. Ashigan does have the Crab ready to go. There's 3 members down. It's only the S-Blast left here, and now it's only Silver left here. They are now finally reaching the first checkpoint here, and they're probably going to be able to break it. So now we're finally seeing movement.
Halfway through the game, the first checkpoint gets broken. Now France, they're still going forward with that Booyah Bomb. They're gonna get an extra splat, and they're going in. Bomb is punished though, and the tower is going to move back. But 40, I mean, given what we've had so far, 40 is a huge push right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. They basically get to that second checkpoint. Meanwhile, Howdy hasn't really moved it at all, and already we're seeing Friends moving it. We're seeing Chendi's Crab trying to come out. It gets cancelled. It's only Bomb left here, and Bomb gets down, which secures a wipeout for Howdy, and now we finally could see movement on Howdy's end. The tower is now coasting back up to mid, and the rest of the team is trying to pressure out Franz within their own court. They have the Booyah Bomb ready to go. The Crab comes out from Neymar Jr. We're seeing the S-Blast moving in, trying to ledge them out. They're forced to jump out here, but now there's 2 specials online for Howdy, the Zipcaster and the Booyah Bomb here. Will they break past the first checkpoint? Will they get the lead? Will it happen?
Yeah, and right now that's 2 down onto Howdy. And I mean, right now France are in control. France are holding the control. The checkpoint was not broken. And with 1 minute left, France are looking pretty nice right now.
You say nice, and Howdy sets the score to 69. But they are holding a very strong lead, 69-40 here with 1 minute left on the clock. Immediately shredding the crab armor, getting rid of Neymar Jr. Nom Nom is moving in, getting rid of the S-Blast as well. They have the rain ready to go. Will they get silver? Yes, they will with the assistance of Ali and Bomb. And now Franz is moving up in a similar vein to what Howdy did, but with Nom Nom being the herald of it all. And now they're already past that first checkpoint here. The rain is coming out. The Booyah Bomb is coming out. There's 30 seconds to go here, and Bomb is taking up a good position within the far left side of Howdy's base here. They are able to get rid of Neymar Jr. before going down to the S-Blast on Howdy, who is going to be able to get rid of Ali as well, stopping them before they can get back to that second checkpoint here. So now Howdy needs to make this lead work in overtime.
That's going to be rough. All of Howdy is waiting for them. There's a lot of paint for them to maintain the control now. Can Howdy go in? Oh, they already lose 2 players. It's not looking well. France, simply defending better, are going to get game number 1.
That was really, really intense here. I think from France, we saw a lot of good proactive space taking and good controlling of the entire map. Meanwhile, on the end of Howdy, we just saw a lot of sheer aggression here, getting picks, always going up whenever they find their own, when they find their footing, find the space to do so here. But when the space is being constantly negated by France in this instance here, they don't have a lot of just ink to work with here. And the next thing you know, it just allows France to do stuff like this, get Nom Nom, Ali, and Bomb right deep into Howdy's space here, and just be nuisances and pushing that lead to 40. So that's a very strong opening from France, even after that maybe a little bit of a break that they had during losers bracket.
Yep, I mean, that's 1-0 for France, who are on the winner's side. So right now it's looking pretty bright for them. Going on to Robo-Roman on Splat Zones. That's the map where Howdy lost to PSG, so we know this is not Howdy's strongest map mode, I guess. Can France do it?
I will say though, on Howdy's last set with PSG, they did bring out a Hexa Strike comp. They were running 2 strike weapons, so they had the ability to practically flip the zone so long as they could chain their specials together, but they were stopped by just how willing PSG was, and just with them enduring all of this. So will France be able to endure the storm? Will they weather the storm? They were able to just survive wipeouts from Howdy in the last game. This could also be the case on Robo-Ramen.
Yep, we'll see how things goes, especially in zones. We've had a long fight for mid. Now it's going to be only a fight for mid because the zone decides everything. No need to push in so far. Now let's see how these teams are doing, and it's going to be S-Blast versus S-Blast. Again,
we're
I think.
still seeing potentially, is that Devin? Still staying on S-Blast here. There is barely any comp changes here, and already Silver is going to be first blood on on the map here. This map is the zone is predominantly orange, and it's immediately being capped by France, but here comes the crab from Neymar Jr. here, striking back, and we're seeing 6-7 move in on the zone here, potentially pinching out Nom Nom here, but they're not going down just yet. Same thing with Ali. They're stalwart right now and ensuring they can potentially stay in zone without any penalties. They are sticking it out here. Zone back into neutral here. A Zipcaster is ready on the side of Silver here. There's 2 members down on France here, and finally it has been flipped by Howdy. 28 penalty points go to France.
Yeah, and right now, France are holding huge crab tank right there, getting a lot of control, forcing France to move back. Howdy, very much incredibly strong in their position, are going to take the lead and are maintaining their presence. Huge super jump in. That's the power of the Julies.
Yeah, the Dewey's are just dueling it out here, able to get rid of 2. The lead is being pushed to the 30s, but now Drone and 6-7 go down to Chendi's Charger here. Silver's being forced to to jump into the pits here, and Zone is now in neutral, and immediately Captain Orange by France here. Silver's being outran and outnumbered, going down to a 4v1. Neymar Jr. is being forced into a pickle here, but they have the dodge rolls. They're being forced into Sneaky here. They go down now to Nom Nom here, and now France is starting to move in, occupying elbow here. Silver's gone down, Bomb's gone down. 6-7 has the Booyah Bomb ready to go, but there's also the Rain and the Crab ready on France. They're out of their penalty points. They're kicking it down here. The Booyah Bomb gets tossed towards Glass here, but not a lot of zone paint. Here comes the Rain as well to potentially try out. Will this lead be taken? Silver's moving in as well. 6-7's moving in. The lead has been taken by a single point margin, Pat.
A single point, but Howdy are back on top of the zone. Wait, Howdy just lost a lot of players in that push. Can they maintain themselves? The Booyah Bomb is falling down on the zone. France is already back on the attack. We're back to another fight, and that next fight could decide who's going to take the control of the zone. And next, it looks like Howdy are gonna stay on top as they are pushing forward, but losing the blaster duel. And right, I mean, it looks like how they are going to keep the zone though, and they're chipping away at their penalty, Frostix.
A really large penalty though, which will definitely give France a lot more time to work with before they have to start panicking. But now Chendi's Crab is getting cancelled. It's only Bomb left on the field in a 2v1. They go down to Neymar Jr. Nom Nom and Ali are moving into the scene here. Chendi's here as well. They have the Crab tank ready to go. They need to cap the zone fast or else the lead will be swapped here. This Crab putting up a lot of work, putting more chip damage as well as more paints. The Booyah Bomb is coming out from Bomb as well. The Crab's coming out from Neymar Jr. The Crab armor is being shredded. The Crab's going down here. The paint is going. It's a neutral. It's wiped out. And now Howdy is able to break through their penalty, take back the lead, and will push into the 10 threshold now.
Yeah, right now Howdy just made a huge amount of points, but they lost players. Can they hold the zone for just a few more ticks? France going in, able to paint, able to keep themselves alive, but they used all their resources to get in. They lose 2 players, and now Howdy is back in control of the zone. We're about to enter the last minute, and France needs solidity right now. They need to take control of the map.
They did put a lot of resources into just putting the zone into neutral, but then it gets immediately recapped by Howdy here. We're seeing the members trying to chase after Silver. Chendi's going to be able to snipe down Neymar Jr. here, and now they're flipping it once again with 1 minute left on the clock here. 6-7's charging the Booyah Bomb. There's also the Zipcaster and the Crab coming out in spades from Howdy, but the zone is still orange. It's going back into neutral here. Will it be blue? Will it be orange? It's in blue here. Back into the control of Howdy. 6-7's winning the duel onto Bomb here. Chendi has the Crab ready to go here, but will this be enough to potentially flip this with 30 seconds left on the clock, Pat?
It's pretty close right there. France needs to paint, and they need to paint fast. Huge snipe could give them control over the zone. They don't have much time, but they have the zone, and now they're going to need to hold, as all of Howdy know that all they need to do is go around, wait for the opportunity to paint the square. France setting themselves up, dodging the Zipcaster, denying it. Oh wait, that's 2 down, and they have the Booyah Bomb ready. France are getting their overtime as Howdy now needs to mount a proper push.
They do have the Rain ready to go as well. That's going to at least provide a lot more utility for them here. But now Howdy is now tossing the Booyah Bomb onto the Zipcaster. No! There it is! A zone flip from Howdy in overtime will even out the set 1-1 on game 2. So much action happening within a mere couple of seconds, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams are trading blow for blow right now. And we are getting great games. Going on to a museum on Clan Blitz, which we've seen before on Clan Blitz as well, because we've seen it on every mode now. I mean, right there, we really saw both teams give us so much power, but how they able to win the extra fight, able to get the wipeout that gave them the lead right there. France, so close to getting the comeback, but in the end, a Booyah Bomb and everybody collapsing on the zone allowed Howdy to seal the deal and get the 1-1.
We saw, I think, sometimes a couple of Splatoon team matchups boil down to, like, one team is the unstoppable force, the other team is the immovable object. I think right now we see the unstoppable force, that is Howdy, take the win here. And, like, we saw, like, probably maybe just how aggressive they are here. As soon as they get that control, they move right back in to Franz's spawn here, immediately foregoing elbow, moving straight into spawn to start another fight there. Meanwhile, on Franz's end here, they have been that immovable object here as well here. They were holding things strong here, trying to at least work with the specials that they have to take fights at range, not giving Howdy too much opportunities to work with their weapon ranges as well. So now we at least are going to see game 4 as we go into game number 3. Like you said, Pat, Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz.
Yeah, so we've seen Barnacle, we've seen Museum Clam Blitz.
Museum, yeah, sorry. Oopsie!
And yeah, it's very much about taking control of the platform, being able to push in, force your way in. We'll see who is able to do that, as it's the stickers stamper that is being brought by
Silver, I think.
Howdy right there.
Yeah, that's Silver on the sticker stamper. Meanwhile, 6-7 is going with the Gal this time around here.
Yep.
That's definitely a good choice to have for both defense and also keeping the paint output solid for Howdy. I think already we saw a special flying out. I think that's the Soda, but now Silver's gone down here. It's once again a big mid-off, trying to at least secure space, trying to secure clams. Already both the Gal and the Nautilus are down on both sides. Crabs coming out from both sides here. The Crab Armor's being shredded. Silver's going down here. Neymar Jr. may have to start moving away here, but they are able to get rid of Bomb or Ali, and now it's only Chendi left on Franz here, and they're being forced to jump out, which gives Howdy a lot more space to work with on Franz's plat.
Yeah, and right there, Howdy have taken a foothold on the plat. They have a Super Clam ready. Can they get it in the basket? 2 Super Clams and a Booyah Bomb, but they're forced out. They won't be able to open the score yet. France with an iron defense around their basket, not letting Howdy get in. But Howdy, they still want more. Oh, wait, that's 2 down onto France. Howdy, I'm not stopping that push, Frostix.
This push is volatile. If Howdy can get both either 1 or 2 of these power clams in, it could prove dangerous for the rest of the match. But these power clams are fading faster. One is going to be able to be salvaged by Neymar Jr., but the second not going to be able to stay alive here. It's going to be pocketed by Drone here, and already we're right back to another mid-off here. We're almost reaching halfway through the match, and no one has scored. And the specials are coming out in spades by Howdy, who haven't even, at least until now, gotten up to the plat. But finally, we're seeing Neymar Jr. 6-7 as well as Drone, 1 power clam, finally breaking the barrier. And the clams are flying in from all sources. They push the lead to 77. Will we see anything more?
Yeah, and right now it looks like France are getting back control. The damage was not too rough on them, but they need to push in. They lose 2 players again. Howdy are not letting the pressure off. They're back on the attack. Look at that. They're on top of the spinner with a Booyah Bomb. They're gonna force France to dance in their own spawn the whole game.
Definitely so, but at least that dance of theirs will allow them to get rid of not just 2, but 3 members of Howdy. It's only Drone left here. They know where Drone is with that power clam in their back pocket here. Meanwhile, they do pop the Soda here, but now I think Franz is gearing up for a push of their own with Chendi popping the Crab on the mid spinner here. Ali and Nom Nom are, I think, eyeing the steps. Bomb will pop the Booyah Bomb here to potentially allow them entry, but no! 2 members have gone down on Franz, and I think Howdy is starting to mobilize into mid. Nom Nom's being forced to jump out here. They're trying to hunt down Ali right now here. They're being forced to jump out. That push just isn't happening right now, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, another shut down, and Howdy, with a lot of yellow around the map, are simply maintaining the control. Nom Nom is forced in a bad fight. He's going to be sent back to spawn via the water right there, as Howdy are eyeing that basket again, but they lost 2 players in that push. They'll be forced away once more. I mean, they're not able to get in, but the fight is always on the same side of the map, Frostix.
Yeah, it's always seeming to be on Franz's basket, which is putting a lot of the momentum on Howdy's shoulders. But now there's two members down here. It's up to Drone and Silver in order to defend this at the moment, while the rest of Howdy respawns. And now Ali, Nom Nom, as well as Bomb are starting to get things going. Two power clams in their back pocket here. Make it not three so far, but they do have Soda Buff ready to go. This could be volatile if Franz is able to get this in here. The crab is going to be a little bit of a stopper though, as it's forcing the rest of Franz to back up towards their end of the map here. There's 45 seconds on the clock, Pat. What will happen?
Well, there isn't much time left, Franz. They only need to open the basket. That's such a small lead, but they just lost two players right there, and that Super Club is going to die. I think that was the pity, which means right now, Howdy, all they need to do is deny a bit more. They want to reopen the basket, but they're trying to get there. They won't yet, and Howdy simply holding the control of the center of the map, not letting France get back into mid. And that looks like game number 3 is going to be for them.
The barrier is open, which means there is no overtime because Friends don't got any power clams left on the floor. So now we are at a lead in the set being taken by Howdy. What a very back and forth match here. I think it was just constant mid-team fights here, and I think eventually at some point here the momentum started shifting more in Howdy's favor here. Once they got that first barrier break, the scales started tipping in their favor. They started pushing up a lot more with a lot more confidence here, and then it's like you said, Pat, a lot of the team fights started happening towards France's plat at the steps area. So if it's there, then that means it just gives Howdy a lot more space to work with in mid.
Yeah, Howdy didn't make that many points, and France has such a good defense that they were able to deny that. But Howdy simply kept the pressure on. They kept they kept control of the pace of the game. They kept control of where the game was happening, and the game was France defending as much as they could. They were not able to get a push, and one single push would have been enough for France. I mean, they had the good defense, they were able to hold, but they didn't get that one push. And that means Howdy gets game number 3. That means Howdy could get the reset right there on Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge, a map that both teams have chosen.
Yeah, so if Howdy does take this, we're going to get the bracket reset, which means we're going to be here for a lot longer path here. So we've seen Howdy play on Scorched Rainmaker time and time again. We've seen last time we saw them on Scorched Gorge Rainmaker against PSG. They were dominant. They were staying within PSG's base even when the Rainmaker wasn't there here.
Yep. I mean, PSG is a different team. Right now it is France versus Howdy, and France has been doing pretty well on this map as well. So we'll see who is able to get the big push, who is able to get closest to the basket going into this game. Silver is going to stick to the stickers stamper. Meanwhile, the vanilla charger is back on the side of France.
That we're seeing Gold Nautilus in the hands of Nom Nom, so we're seeing some splashdown action on Franz. That could definitely be good for just clearing out a lot of the tight choke points that Scorched Gorge has to offer here. Already, Silver's going to toss the Booyah Bomb here, and 3 members down on Franz here. And we're seeing the big 3 of Howdy move straight into it. Now 6-7 is in the hands of the Rainmaker. They will be able to get that first checkpoint for Howdy here. The shot's gotten down, but now I think... Oh, and the same thing with the Stamper. It's only Neymar Jr. and Drone right now, but they do at least get to that first checkpoint. The damage has been dealt.
Yeah, right there, that's 2 down. On to Howdy. France are able to get some control. Can they push to the checkpoint though? Here comes the defense right there. Here! Oh, whoa! What a splashdown and a vacuum to protect. France gets the first checkpoint, and the vacuum also get a splat right there. Howdy, they're looking in a bad spot, but they're able to defend, they're able to push friends away. Getting through that checkpoint though will mean that both teams now can push in very, very fast.
One explosive play just after another. First the vac pop, then the strike and shot combo from Howdy here. It's just back-to-back action here. And now we're seeing Drone pick up the Rainmaker here. They need to cruise past mid, get the lead. That was the 1 point lead established by Franz earlier. They do have a Booyah Bomb ready to go, but here comes the vac from Franz here. It's being tossed down, not getting rid of anyone so far here. Howdy's weathering the storm. Chendi's going down. Same thing with Nom Nom. At least trying to stake their claim. No, they're going down to Silver. But now the Rainmaker's gone down to Bomb here before they could get it. But now the Rainmaker's popped once more. The Booyah Bomb's being charged by Bomb here. It's just a all-out fight right now on Platts here. And the rest of Howdy's forced to relocate. And Nom Nom is striking with 2 members down, 3 members down. And that's a wipeout for Franz! And now Franz is pushing the Rainmaker. The lead is going up to the 30 threshold. 37!
Yeah, and Franz is keeping it alive, keeping it going. They tried to extend the lead thanks to the splashdown, but they didn't manage to get more points. 37 still pretty good now. Howdy needs to push in, and they just lost their Stamper. Franz very much able to match the pace, to match the fight, and right now to win the game.
This immovable object has an unstoppable force of their own. Perhaps its name is Nom Nom, but now there's 2 members down on Franz, both Bomb and Nom Nom. Now Neymar Jr. is moving in with the Booyah Bomb, able to get rid of Ali before going down to Bomb here. Already 2 members down, 3 members down thanks to Ashiken, but now 2 members down. I think Rainmaker Bomb is just clearing up the fight on damage control here. They are able to get rid of Silver as well, and the Booyah Bomb extends their lifespan a bit longer, tossing it to perhaps get rid of Drone. And Nom Nom is potentially gonna, yes, they are able to get rid of 6-7. So now Nom Nom is still trying to keep this fight alive before going down to Silver. It's a all-out brawl in mid with 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, the Rainmaker just reset. Howdy has control of the Rainmaker. They need to push in, they need to get in. Here comes the strikes and the Booyah Bomb to allow them to get forward. 2 players down. Oh wait, Nom Nom is down as well. It's only the vacuum. You can't defend alone with a vacuum. Howdy pushing in. They're so close to the lead. All they need to do is dive in right now. They're waiting for the right moment, but the blaster able to shut it down. 3 down. That's the end of the push. Franz still alive. With 1 minute left in the game, Franz is still in the lead.
It was a potentially volatile, but Franz, they've weathered the storm before. They can do it again here, stopping it before they can reach the 37 lead. And Bomb is potentially dropping the Rainmaker within the pit. That's a very good spot to put it if you want to stall out Howdy's time. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. It's only the blaster down on Franz here. In terms of specials, I think Chendi has the vac here, and you're also seeing we're seeing the strikes ready before they go down to Nom Nom here, and now they're setting up a crossfire with a Nom Nom. Ali pushing the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker has gone down with under 15 seconds left on the clock. It's only in mid. Franz just needs to get the Rainmaker in order to stop overtime, but the Zuka and the strikes come out in space. Here comes the splashdown from Nom Nom. Ashiken's going down to the tri-strikes here. Silver has the Rainmaker, and overtime is live, but no! They go down to Nom Nom, no, not to Nom Nom, to Bomb! So now, it is 2-2. We are going to game 5. Wait, are we going to game 5 or are we going to bracket reset, Pat?
We're going to game 5.
We're going to game 5. We're going to game 5. Okay. I'm still trying to... I've never done a bracket reset before. So... It is still possible. If I remember correctly, if Howdy takes the 5th and final game, we go to bracket reset.
Yes.
But if Franz takes it, it's over, and Franz is the one to take the crown of Paddling Pool.
Exactly, that is the deal right now. Franz know the objective. This game could give them the victory or set them back to square 0-0. we'll see what's going to happen right now. I mean, both of these teams have had pop-offs. Both of these teams have done so much. And the bracket reset decider game will be on Tile Control, of course, on Inkblot Art Academy.
Oh, that's a staple TC mode if you ask me here.
Yep.
And I think it's once again a really good map to showcase just this unstoppable force versus a movable object matchup that both of these teams have here. If Howdy starts to get a lot of their momentum in their favor here, they can immediately just storm bats here and just not allow France to have the space they want. Meanwhile, if France can control the pace of the game in their favor here, if they can control a lot of the space already to begin with, not allow Howdy the space to work with here, it'll just allow them to get vision on the entire map here. It gives them a lot bigger, it gives them a lot more space to work around here. So this is potentially where it all ends. Game 5 of Grand Finals. Will France end this stream and the tournament? Will Howdy put the bracket reset here? Will me, Pat, and Jorion have to stay in VC for one more set? Who knows?
Well, we're about to know. On Inkblot, I mean, we've been watching this map for years now. Splatoon 3 is 3 years and 1 day old, but this map is way older than that because it was there in Splatoon 2 already. So it's been a classic for a while. Let's get in the game. Let's see who takes control of the tower. And with what comp is being brought? It looks like we have a Gal and a Splash being brought by Howdy. That's a lot of firepower with the burst that recently happened.
And meanwhile, Franz Nom Nom is going back to the Vanilla Nautilus, so Rain is going to be coming. He's going to be coming out on the side of Franz. Already Ali is going down here, and the momentum is slowly starting to tip in Howdy's favor here with Bomb going down as well here. And already Howdy is looking to start going up bats here. Silver is eyeing it with intent here. Nom Nom has gone down. Neymar Jr. is firing off at the crab, and boom, 6-7 as well as Silver are moving up here. The Gal's gone down. The Splash has gone down. It's only Drone and Silver right now here. They need to get rid of the Stamper and Bats, and then the Gal as well as the Pencil, as well as the Splash that has jumped back in here. The tower has been taken by Friends, but now there's 2 members down here, and 6-7 is just dancing around, able to get rid of a third and Bomb, and now Howdy is looking to get to that second checkpoint now.
Yeah, and right now Howdy are forced out of the checkpoint. Nice defense by France, but France can't do only defense. They need to find their way back into mid. All of Howdy's waiting for them there. The Booyah Bomb will force people to move, but there's a Booyah Bomb to answer by Howdy. And right now Howdy are getting the splats. Howdy are going to push in back on the tower, and this time they're moving onto the platform.
Yeah, they are.
Whoa.
The Crab has come right back up here. Bomb has gone down. Ali has gone down. Silver's gone down, I think, to the Crab on Franz's end here. Neymar Jr. is going to still stay within this area. Yeah. 6-7 is just barely within bats alongside Neymar Jr., but I think they're opting to now, I think, try to fight in court here. I think they're also eyeing to stay in bats, and Nom Nom is under everything here. With the range that Nautilus has, they could be able to get rid of Drone, but now Nom Nom's the last one left. There's a Crab and a Booyah Bomb. I'm not sure if the rain will be able to stop that, but he will get rid of Drone.
Yeah, and right now it's Howdy still dancing around, fighting forward, getting more splats, and it's a wipeout. Howdy getting the wipeout, but Silver didn't get on the tower. Nobody got on the tower. Oh, come on, just end this already.
No one, they got the wipeout, but no one got on tower, which means this match is still underway. The tower is still on Franz's end, though, and there's 2 members down here. 6-7 as well as Silver are trying to at least stay in bats, trying to push up even further. The Booyah Bomb's going out deep into Franz's territory. Nom Nom's gone down. 6-7's gone down. That tower is so close to knocking out here, but it courses right back into court, which means this match is still going on, Pat.
France still alive right there, keeping the dream on, but they have so much to do. They haven't scored a single point, and they pretty much need a KO right now. Howdy getting the splats, destroying everything and moving in once again, and with a grab tank in such a powerful position. Oh wait, the blaster is forcing it out, but it doesn't matter. Chew down on France. Howdy's pushing in once again and getting to that KO.
They are just deadly close from ending it all right here and right now. There's already 2 members down here. They're getting close to that final checkpoint, and the bracket reset is real, folks. We are here for one more set.
One more set indeed, and right there, Howdy. Getting faster, getting stronger, getting more splats, more control, and not letting France get any point in this single game. It was a KO to 0 point. Going on to the reset. Now Howdy looks stronger than ever.
Like they've just kind of been at it non-stop. They had to claw their way out of losers bracket here, then took an entire set just to reset the bracket all the way back to a 0-0. So one more best of 5 set to decide who wins Paddling Pool 336 here. And we're starting the bracket reset now on Rainmaker Museum, Talfoncino. It's a Rainmaker sandwich here, and we're right back onto Museum.
Hey, Museum has been the map of this tournament. I think we've had it every set, or almost every set. It's popular
like almost
today.
every set.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty popular today. Our teams are already getting ready for the next game, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, Museum for Rainmaker again. We've seen it. If you grab the Rainmaker, you can pretty instantly get the checkpoint, and then comes the hard part. So let's get right in the game, Frostix, and see what these teams are going to give us.
Starting back from scratch now here, so let's see what's to offer. And we're seeing Neymar Jr. back on the V-Dualies here, and Chendi is on the Splatter Scope with Vac for Rainmaker. That's an obvious pick. Oh yeah, this is Franz's Rainmaker comp with Nom Nom on the Splashdown Nautilus and Chendi on the Vac Charger.
Yeah, and right now the splats are going, lots of paint being thrown around, both teams looking at each other, waiting for the mistake, as Howdy is running in, trying to get control of the platform, getting shut down, though there's a lot of paint, but France are able to hold the defense pretty strong, not letting Howdy get enough control to grab the Rainmaker, and right now Nom Nom is getting splatted. Wait, the Rainmaker is grabbed, and with the Crab Tank, it looks like Howdy is going to get the checkpoint.
After just a pretty long minute of skirmishing, we do finally see Howdy break past that first checkpoint. What? Wait, okay. I thought some lag was going on, but I think that was just Bomb holding the Rainmaker. No, not holding the Rainmaker, but the Booyah Bomb for a pretty long time. But there's 3 members down on Howdy here. It's only Neymar Jr. left. They are able to get rid of Bomb, but now they go down to Chendi here. And now I think Franz is trying to at least stay within mid, hold their ground for the moment. But now Chendi's going down. That's one less person from Franz here. The Rainmaker's back in mid, but now Howdy is already back in mid by full force.
Yeah, and right now Howdy constantly has players down, but they manage to maintain their presence, to maintain the pressure despite losing players. It's pretty incredible. But France are still in that fight, not able to keep their sniper though. Can they get some momentum going though? Howdy still able to get the fights going, to maintain the pressure, as they know they already have the checkpoint advantage.
They do have the checkpoint advantage, but if France can get the ball rolling fast enough, if they can get, all they really need to do is just get past that first checkpoint, and they have lead. But right now, the momentum is still shifting towards Howdy. That splashdown not gonna be a bit of a problem right now, and Drone is able to push the Rainmaker lead to 30 4, and with the Booyah Bomb and Crab Tank also coming out from Howdy here, this may be extended even further here. 6-7's going to be able to pick it up. Chendy's gone down. The lead is pushed to 23. 2 members down on each side here.
Yeah, right now Howdy's simply going in, getting more and more, and I mean 23 is huge, and they get 2 splats. The Rainmaker didn't drop. That is so bad for France right now. France needs to deny. They get the pop, and Nom Nom gets the important drop right now. 2 down onto Howdy. Can Nom Nom survive? No, but at least the Rainmaker is away. It's a wipeout. Can France capitalize on that? No. They need the checkpoint. They could get it here as long as they play the cards well.
I think they already are starting very strong by getting rid of Silver and 6-7. That's 2 down. The vac has come out from Chendi, and the checkpoint has been broken. The back shot's coming out, getting rid of Silver. This could be something shifting for France in this instance here. Bombs unfortunately going down to a Crab Tank from Neymar Jr. here. Ashigan's trying to fight down with 6-7. They're going down as well here. It's an all-out brawl, but now the Rainmakers reset right back to mid. It's only Drone left to defend while the rest of Howdy respawns. I think all of the members of Howdy will be back in time to defend from this next push from France.
France are there, they're so close, and with a vacuum they're moving in. They're going to be 5 points away. The splashdown to get the repop. Can they get the lead? They're so close, but Howdy keeping it and resets, puts the Rainmaker down, and that was so close. 1 minute left. France still has the presence. France are still very close, but they just lost 2 players, and Howdy has the special advantage, has the momentum right now. They're going in, getting the punished. Can Ali survive with that Rainmaker? Can they wait for the rest of the team? It's looking pretty dire. 30 seconds left, and Howdy has the control for Sticks.
Not just that. That Rainmaker is deadly close to the infamous Rainmaker hold spot. Oh no, 6-7's going for it here. Yeah, they're putting it in deep into the corner right now, and they're guarding it with a Crab Tank and with a pencil, but Chendi's taking matters into their own hands. I'm not sure if you can defend it with a vac alone here, but they are bringing out the vac to potentially get rid of 6-7. Yes, the Rainmaker has been dropped here. I think Silver taking a lot of damage. Overtime has begun here, but it's a very steep hill to climb if you are France. The bubble has been popped. Nom Nom's picking it up, but here comes Neymar Jr. dropping with the dualies, negating overtime. The first game in the set going to Howdy.
Yeah, Howdy riding the momentum of the bracket reset right now. Up 1-0 France. So close, thanks to that vacuum. They were so close to the lead, but in the end, close is not enough. And Howdy gets the 1-0.
Yeah, so they already are at a pretty strong advantage at the moment here. There is still a couple, well, not just a couple, but a lot more games to work around if you are, if you are France here. You still have at least 2 more games to bring things back, and they've already done this in the past. Took it to game 5 here, so they still have the potential to come back.
Yeah, it's certainly not over. Howdy, so close, they can do it. France can do it. Howdy right now are setting the score, and we are back to Robo-Roman on Splat Zones. This map we've only seen on 1 mode.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if you would play Robo-Ramen on a lot of other modes outside of Zones. It's just because it's Zones, because the Zones edition of it is just so good for just playing on comp here. And what we saw from both of these teams before on Robo-Ramen was nuts. Are we going to see nuts again? Probably. But what will we see in terms of the comps? Dreadringer. We're seeing Neymar Jr. bring out Dreadringer for potential slider cheese. We're seeing Camo Charger come back from Franz here, so we're going to see some crab action on Franz as well as some rain action coming from Nom Nom.
Yeah, and right now control is taken by Howdy. already. They want their paint on as France is dancing around trying to find a way in, and the few splats are being taken left and right. Here comes the Reef Slider to cancel the grab, but Reef Slider is going to be splatted, but it's 2 down on France. Howdy simply taking control right there. Nom Nom alone to hold the elbow to deny the way in, but that's not going to work. Howdy simply going in and getting splats right now.
Yeah, they're already halfway through their points, and do they realize that Silver is behind them? No, they do not here, and Silver has stricken. Will they be able to get some value out of that? They at least stall out France's potential flip that they do pull off. Yeah. 49 penalty points do go to Howdy here, but Silver still in this. They get 2 members down before going down themselves, and Howdy is right back in control with a Reef Slider. Not anymore here. So I think France is now starting to find their footing with 2 members down on Howdy. They're right back in control and potentially ready to start holding them off.
Yeah, Howdy right there. Needing to push in can. They push their way forward. The Reef Slider is ready. I guess we're gonna see it on the zone pretty soon. As they just punished the blaster. Okay, here it comes. The slider will be enough to get the cap. And they jump away to not get splatted as well. France not able to get the lead. And right now fighting to get back control over the zone. Oh, well, they're winning this fight.
Down here, a lot of momentum going into France's favor, but now France has gone 2 members down, both Nom Nom as well as the Charger going down. Bomb being the 4th to secure a wipeout for Howdy, who is already pushing right back in. Silver's unfortunately going down to Chenji. Same thing with 6-7. So now with a Booyah Bomb and the rest of France in tow, this would be another flip in France's boots. Yes, it is. 40 more penalty points going to Howdy.
Yeah, we're halfway through the game. France still can go in, but they're not able to take control over the map. Howdy getting more splats, getting more paint, and right now punishing all the moves that France is able to take. And right now, France needing to push once again as the penalty is about to be done for Howdy.
Oh yeah, now they're starting to count things down here. Silver is striking with the Zipcaster. I think I hear a Booyah Bomb being charged up from France here, and the rest of France are moving and mobilizing. 39 more penalty points go to Howdy here.
Yeah, right now the fight for the zone is raging on. Howdy are going to have to concede it through. France, not much penalty left, are going to score more points, and with the nice blast right there. France is taking more and more control. Can they push to the elbow? Oh!
That's the Reef Slider. It does put the zone into neutral and only neutral, which means France is able to still stick in control before the rest of Howdy responds with putting it back in control and a wipeout. So now they're right back in. Silver, no! Oh, okay. They pop the Zipcaster, at least to keep them alive for a little longer before they go down. At least the rest of Howdy can pick up the slack, at least allowing them to stay in control. They are almost out of their penalty points. They can start counting down once more. Here comes the rain, though, from France and the rest of the members in tow to potentially put this into neutral, especially considering Howdy is almost at the single digits. Here it is. Do they have the slider ready to go? Yes, they do. Will Neymar bring out the cheese? Yes, they will. And that is another win on Howdy's belt. It is now match point.
We've had an intense first set, but right now it's all Howdy getting stronger, getting faster, getting more and more points, commanding control of the zone right there. And now going on to tire control on Macrobat. France is back to the wall for the first time in the tournament.
See Mako Mart here. I'm not sure if I remember seeing a lot of... Oh no, there it is. There's Silver almost falling off. Good thing they popped the Zipcaster here. That would have been clip worthy if Silver fell off. Either way, we're on TC Mako. We have seen... Last time we saw both of these teams on a tower control map, Howdy swept it, and they were oppressive with it.
Yeah, Howdy incredibly controlling of the tower. They know the base, they know what to do. It's a different map, but it's also a classic with ledges. It's kinda the same philosophy, the same deal, and we'll see who is able to take that control and push forward. And again, Howdy only need one more game to be your paddling pool champions.
Friends needs to pull a reverse sweep here. They need to take TC Mako, then Crab Leg Clams, and potentially finish it off with Rainmaker Undertow here. So it's a very tall and steep hill if you are Franz here, but you still have it in you. I personally believe. But it is going to come down to this. This is match points, potentially the end of it all. I think on we're seeing a lot more ready ups on Franz's end here, so we may be seeing one more switch up from Howdy. So we're running out of time left on the pre-game timer. It has reached 0. It's battle time.
It is battle time, it is match point, it is tournament point, it is Mako Mount on tower control. And oh, well, that's a Rapid Pro Deco that's being brought by Howdy right there. Howdy just ditching the backline. And meanwhile, friends are bringing an Elita to the mix, trying to get some extra range. We'll see how these two teams are able to do with the change.
Already 2 members have gone down on Franz, both Bomb and Nom Nom here, and the rest of Howdy is starting to mobilize. Once again, 2 members down, Ali, Nom Nom, and now Bomb again here. We're seeing Howdy immediately capitalize off of the numbers advantage that they get here, funneling them towards the waiting Stamper. There are Franz is just constantly 2 members down, now 3 members down. It's only Chendi left to defend against the tower that is reaching the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and right now, Howdy is simply going in faster, stronger, not stopping, and dancing on the tower just to get past checkpoint number 2. 3 players down. It looks like Howdy is done with this tournament. They want to go home, and so do we. Honestly, let's. I mean, I guess that's going to be the KO.
I thought something was gonna happen with the bomb exploding, but that just won't stop Howdy. From where are you going, Tower? It's a knockout. It's a knockout. Stay there. Anyways, that's the knockout for Howdy. And after the bracket reset, and after all the dust settles, your winners of Paddling Pool 336 are the top seed, Howdy. Shoutouts to them for just sticking. Shoutouts to both Howdy and Franz for just sticking through it all. This was something, man.
Yep. That's, I mean, Howdy woke up, finally found their way back onto the top to get the crown, and that means for Artistics it's time for us to say goodbye. And do you have something to plug before we go?
Well, I'd first like to plug the replay first, just to at least get a little bit, just to like ride this out, like how Drone was riding on the tower here, allow our voices to at least mellow out here. We are no longer on play-by-play mentality here. So
yeah,
there it is. We are back on the enrichment corner. We're seeing a variety of animals in 8K, at least on the top left here, and the usual gifts everywhere else. And now that I will answer your question, Pat, you can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix and my Blue Sky below at frostix.bluesky.social. And if you want to support some of my own personal work, you can read my web novel Gap Year on Wattpad. I swear it's worth your time. Anyways, that's enough for me. Pat, what about you?
Well, you can find me on Blue Sky. It's written on your screen. I'd like to give a huge shout out once again to Juju Ryan, who's just back from Riptide, still recovering from it, but doing a wonderful job as an observer, as always. And also, we're going to raid Rochelski, a wonderful streamer who is doing a charity stream right now. So stay tuned for a raid, and we'll see you in the next one.